What is up, everyone? 'Tis I, Izzy, aka Praxis Descends, back here with another episode of Star Trek Iskandar, the politics of peace. Everyone is on edge, because I'm not full of my usual manic energy, because I am tired. The takeaway people sent me real Coke, not Coke Zero, which is my favourite drink in the world. And so I am, it's very sugary. I don't like Coke as much as the sugar-free varieties. But you know, I can't get
sponsored.
Yeah, Coca-Cola is sponsoring us.
Big day for the trash crew.
Big day for the trash crew.
We have lots of money and no ethics.
Look, right now I would take lots of money. Like, just we can sort ethics out down the line. Give me the cash.
Good to know.
And you can quote me. No, don't please don't quote me on that. But if Coca-Cola want to send me a whole pallet of Coke Zero, I won't tell anyone. It can be our little.
It's like Indecent Proposal, but it's just a ton of sugar instead.
Like, if someone, for God's sake. Yes, I will allow you to say circle jerk, Lou. There you go.
What?
Circle jerk always gets picked up by the profanity filter, so I have to auto mod approve it every time.
Oh.
And so, sometimes I forget and then I get yelled at. But yeah, welcome to the USS Iskandar. Please send me Coke Zero. Also, welcome to the finale of the adventure known as The Politics of Peace, where we find the crew of the Iskandar aboard a space station at a conference for interstellar politics. It has been going, and the crew have been holding together as well as can be expected in the face of, let's see, there was the off-screen assassination of a Federation ambassador. There has been the situation with the engineering failing at inopportune moments, blowing out parts of wall and causing distress to Lieutenant Strange. There have been tensions between the Bajorans and the Cardassians, because of course there have. There have been tensions between the Klingons and the Romulans, because of course there have. A Vorta has been here. The Cardassians have in turn blamed Lieutenant Commander Talandra and Dr. Arkady Burov for various problems that have been beplaguing their people. My hair just does not know what it's doing at the moment. And of course, last session there was a incident wherein a collection of fairly mild-mannered diplomats on the habitation ring suddenly just got into a big effing fight with one another, to the bemusement and stress of all. Amidst all this, Captain Nadari Athan has been trying to hold everything together and has basically been laying down the tracks before the train with absolute manic energy. Not knowing indeed what a train is or why one would need tracks for it. And of course, in the background, Captain Killian Foster has been having words with various high-level diplomats, including, but not limited to, Prime Lector Kell of the Cardassian Union, who has likely had enough tellings off from high-level Starfleet for just his whole life.
Shouldn't be a dick then.
That's what he gets, I suppose, for being a dick.
He's gonna fuck around and find out.
However, as the camera pulls into the space station and we see the same various shots of all of the ships of varying culture dotted around the ring of the space station, including, of course, the familiar hull of the USS Iskandar. Oh yeah, I've completely forgotten that I've not mentioned any of the important parts of the session. I got very wrapped up in my backstory. Like I said, I haven't had Coke for a while, and I think it's almost certainly affecting me. Send me Coke Zero. This is a game run by the 8U crew, which means that we have a series of helps and hinders, wherein you can get yourself involved in the chat and ping forth for us good things or bad things that can happen to the crew. As the session gets closer and closer to the end, I will be folding the helps and hinders back into reactions in the immediacy. But of course, as things rumble on, I can't guarantee everything will be used or reacted to as it happens. You must say in the chat if you redeem a help or a hinder, because we don't always see. Michael tries his best, but bless him, he's only one man.
You're throwing shade at Michael.
Because he's the one that checks the thing as it comes in. Like,
I fully believe he tells me every help and hinder that comes through. I'm very loyal, and he should remember that.
Yes. Michael tells us every help and hinder that comes through, which means if it doesn't happen, it is entirely Michael's fault. Good.
Interesting.
A different way to throw him under the bus. Good.
No, my loyalty.
I didn't even know.
Michael.
We're playing Sinister Cop, Loyal Cop. Luke is Loyal Cop.
That's an excellent kind of. I'd watch that procedural.
Everyone knows I'm on your side. Are you? I'm a criminal.
Sinister Cop believes that he actually works for the secret police, but there is no secret police. So he walks around like he's in the Gestapo, but he's just a normal detective.
We go, it's this guy.
People can be made to disappear, assuming the proper paperwork is filled in and the arrests are properly processed.
Yeah, Roomba, do you want to play a Sinister Cop, Loyal Cop in a thing? One of them thinks one of them thinks they're secret police. The other one thinks they're secretly a criminal.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
They think every criminal they interview is their mob boss, so they're always trying to help them get away with crimes.
Yes. Yes, please.
In the meantime, as this is the finale of a trash game, of course, later on this evening you will hear my words of wisdom about various members of our beloved Patreon gang. So now is the time to get on our Patreon if you want.
Nice, good promo.
Throw me under the bus for another thing I have to do on the break. But also, you might have noticed that there have been various updates. If you follow us on our Discord, plug for the Discord. Please, someone put the link to the Discord, because I can't, because I don't know how to link to our Discord. But that being said, you might have noticed that there has been a recent flurry of activity in the announcements section. And to tell you more about that, as I sip my Coke beverage, I am going to hand back to Sable Whisper, who's going to tell you some things.
I'm going to tell you one thing, and that is that in the later half of 2021, I'm planning to run my first actual play podcast. And to cut a long story short, ever since Deus Ex Human Revolution came out 10 years ago, I've wanted to run a game inspired by it. So I am putting together a Forged in the Dark game, and anyone who's watched Gentlemen Strangers will be familiar with the basic idea of the system, where my players will be telling the story of a band of intrepid cyberpunk revolutionaries, sticking it to the corporate machine. And that will be running in the latter half of 2021, as I said. And I've put out an open casting call. If you want more info, you can look at our pinned tweet, which is Twitter/ItUCrew. It's a completely open casting call. I've had some amazing people put their names forward, and I'd love more amazing people, so that my decision of picking 4 of them becomes even harder. But if you have any questions about it, you can DM me, or you can DM ItUCrew. And I guess that form's going to be open for the rest of January, and then I'll have a very, very difficult decision to make. But it'll be a lot of fun. I don't know how long it'll run for, but the idea is we'll be telling the story of people trying to reclaim their rights in a hyper-capitalist dystopian future. So much like this, but set in the future. Oh, and by the way, for the purposes of this setting, 2020 is canon. 2020 is canon, and none of the years that follow are much better. So that should explain to you the world we'll be going into.
I would officially like to ban my beloved Lucas from any and all talking forever, for we are all now hiding from the terrible, terrible truth. And And of course, I fully intend to get my thumb out of my ear and carry on with the prep for the various Intonated Trash podcasts that I promised last year, but didn't do because I got sad. So such is life. Anyway, now that I have remembered to tell you about all the things I need to tell you about, like a real girl, the camera pans in to the space station where we find the conference of interstellar peace taking place. The various liveries of Starship dotting about the place, indicating the various people who are attending at the conference, including, of course, the hull of the USS Iskandar, because they are our hero ship, and we look at them and go, yeah, that lot, yeah. We love and trust them. And it's quite an artful shot by the director. Clearly, this is being directed by someone with vision, because the camera does the opening to Citizen Kane pull in. It passes through the hull of the ship and the hull of the station, and seems to pass through an area of slightly run down. But it's still Starfleet. It's still Star Trek, so nothing has ever run down to absolute hell. It just looks like it is out of the way and a little bit dark. And we see the image of that we ended the last session on, of Lieutenant Commander Talandra staring up at a device about 5-10 foot above her on a wall that is making very ominous light and noise patterns. But the camera passes away from her, and we hear the sounds of machinery and whirring and beeping going on. The camera carries on going, and we pass through the sick bay, where we see lying in various hospital beds the mild-mannered diplomats who had been caught in a terrible fray in the previous episode. The camera briefly lingering on the form of Architect Hierosmus, who is the older man who effectively leads the diplomatic form, who is a little more beat up than most. And the camera passes over, seeing a few people walking, a few of the Iskandar and the Corvus's security crew, who are clearly walking in pairs, doing patrols, keeping an eye on things. And we hear the sound of an amplified voice, as if one were mirroring the speech that Foster gave at the start of the conference many years ago. And the camera pulls through the door to the auditorium, where various seats are crowded full of the familiar faces of the diplomats and the crew of the Iskandar that we have seen being attached to this diplomatic mission. And on the stage is Captain Nadaria Athan. Her image has been sort of blown up high above so that people at the back can see. And she is, as we remember, giving the speech that ought to have been Ambassador Thoronos's address.
I apologize that it will become very apparent that I'm here as a replacement speaker. I've not had months to craft my words, to put together the sort of speech we're all accustomed to in these gatherings. I considered saying something simple, something uplifting, but ultimately meaningless about the spirit of cooperation and the ideals of peace. That might have had us feeling better about ourselves as we left, but it would do nobody any good. I wrestled with how to relate to everyone, how to remind us all that we're part of the same galactic family, how to appeal to our differences as well as our similarities. But I realized I can't do that. I can't reach across the galaxy in just one speech. Maybe Ambassador Thoronos could, but I'm not a diplomat with those decades under my belt. I'm a Starfleet captain, and all I can do today is look close to home. Some of you may be familiar with Kalev Elrad, formerly Gul Elrad, accused of fabricating information to sow discontent and sedition within the Cardassian Union. He claims to have discovered a facility dating back to Cardassia's earliest years of interstellar travel, in which prisoners were experimented on to understand the psychological impact of deep space isolation. There, over 100 prisoners died painfully violent or agonizingly lonely deaths after years of torment. Today, I confirm this place, this Wayfarer facility, existed, and the allegations made by Kalev Elrad are entirely truthful. It was discovered on a joint operation with the USS Iskandar, explored and analysed by Starfleet scientists and engineers. When the Cardassian Union requested the Federation not release its findings, we agreed, at least for a time. This was a Cardassian matter, with implications for Cardassia, and they had the right to reflect on their first step. I cannot presume to know what effect knowledge of this past injustice will have upon Cardassian society. What does the 400-year-old treatment of criminals matter after all? In the same time period, multiple worlds, including Earth, were embroiled in their own, or greater, misdeeds. There can be no personal judgment for the wrongdoing of our ancestors. But there must be lessons. Without learning from history, we are condemned to repeat it. These are more than just trite words. Misdeeds happen because we allow them to happen. In our systems of government and of justice, in our society, and who we consider worthy of protection and who we do not. I believe Kalev Elrad knows that history must be confronted and accepted before it can be overcome. That without truth, there can be no change. I sympathize because I feel a different tug of history. I look across the border to our Cardassian neighbors, both of us tired and bloody, and where there has been a wrong, I find us shuffling to close ranks and draw lines in the sand, as we did 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. All these steps have ever led us to is conflict, and yet we repeat ourselves because we know how to do nothing else. Because this certainty, bloody and brutal as it may become, is preferable to the unknown. Because the alternative is trust and hope. And there is little in the galaxy more fragile and more powerful. So why have I thrown my words behind an accused dissident and then spoken of trust? Because trust cannot be dragged through gritted teeth over an injustice overlooked. Those are our old moves, the Federation's old moves. Issue our protests and then tolerate wrongdoing in the name of keeping dialogue open. Until the Union is tired of the judgmental eyes above our forced smiles and the Federation has ground its teeth to dust. And then we close ranks. It is the cycle. I don't know how to break that cycle for two peoples, two old enemies. Even though I see how we go wrong, I see what must change. I do not know how to change it all. I was wisely reminded it cannot be changed all at once. All we can do is change tomorrow, and the tomorrow after that, and the tomorrow after that. So I realize all I can do here is respond to today. The death of Ambassador Thorinos was a tragedy. The culprits will be found and brought to justice, and I thank the Cardassian Union for their assistance, for their support, and for their sympathies. With cooperation, we will ensure nothing of this ilk happens again. This will take more than words. This will require both of us, Starfleet and the Central Command, to keep dialogue open and movement at the border open, to put mutual safety and respect above territorialism, to not close ranks out of habit, and to instead listen to each other's grievances and come to each other's aid. But the arrest of Kalev Elrad is a miscarriage of justice that the Federation cannot tolerate. It is a refusal by the Cardassian Union to confront past misdeeds and learn from its mistakes, preferring instead to stifle those who would try to break that cycle. And I condemn that he has been placed in a justice system that continues to perpetrate injustice, that stifles dissent and denies the Cardassian people a chance for dialogue, for reflection, for change. I understand that spreading this information was a violation of his orders, though I cannot see it as a dereliction of his duty as a sworn servant of the Cardassian people. Misdeeds happen because we allow them to. And Calavelrad refused to let another go unchallenged. He did the only thing that could be done to stop history from repeating itself, so I must stand by him, vouch for his words, and vouch for his actions, lest I, too, allow another misdeed to occur. I cannot bring about a new way for both our people. I can remind us where cooperation makes us stronger and safer, and I can stop giving trust through gritted teeth and forced smiles. The Federation will not stand silent if Cardassia seeks to rebuild itself only as it was, a shrine to a past and institution that played a key role in so much devastation. But we, too, must recognize that you are not who you once were, and we must not jump at shadows of the past. This is a new future for us all, if we are bold enough to not just extend our hands and hope. We must be bold enough to change, too. Perhaps we cannot change everything, not at once, but we can change tomorrow. We must change tomorrow.
There is that moment of silence that always follows the end of a speech where people are deciding the exact appropriate level of their response. The faces of the Cardassians are unreadable.
I'll take that.
But the first sound of that typically must break every silence before the applause starts of a speech are the delegation of the Klingons, who slam their hands onto the arms of their chairs, and you hear the classical yes, and like applause spreads out from their point. And you can see throughout the room applause is uproarious amongst some, sedate amongst others. And in the case of certain members of the Bajoran delegation, applause, but almost applause at the Cardassians, if such a thing can be done. And Captain Athan is led from the stage by the diplomats there. As the applause is still going on in the room and certain people are stood, and Athan can see, almost imperceptibly, the way the Prime Lector leans in to whisper something to the legate, whilst politely clapping Athan's words. And I'm not going to make you roll an empathy check for it, because you are a high-level diplomat who has dealt with the Cardassians for some time. There is a distinct tension between the assembled diplomats of the Cardassian Union. It's the first time you've seen the Prime Lector since your conversation, and he does not look pleased. And you are and you are led by Nevayan, the Vulcan attaché for the Federation in particular, who has a pad and is flanked by various members of your crew who she's been gathering up for the debrief. And when I mean that, I mean any members of the Iskandar crew who you would believe would be in a who would be in an important diplomatic debrief. I know Casey and Kantos will be there, but whether Strange and Zal are there or Vance is up to the discretion of the players at hand, for they are the people that Nevaeh has gone to collect. And you are led, and she says, very fine words, Captain Athan.
Thank you.
You are to be taken to a debrief with Captain Foster, who is now finally out of his self-appointed conclave. I have been unable to hail your first officer. It was believed that she returned to the Iskandar, but Ensign Tarek claims no knowledge of this.
That's concerning. If we can get security to keep an eye out for her and try to find her.
I shall continue my search, Captain. I thought, however, that you would like to know.
Thank you.
And the door swishes open in front of Captain Athan's face, and Captain Foster, despite the fact that he was definitely in the audience, has already gotten to the room and is pouring himself a cup of tea and looks very calm because he is Starfleet diplomat, and Starfleet diplomat diplomacy can do that kind of shit.
So?
Sable, can you hear us?
Yes, Captain Foster is glaring at
Oh!
Athan.
Oh god, okay, I'm so sorry. Carry on.
It is not our business to interfere with the judicial matters of a sovereign state, Captain.
We have already interfered extensively with Cardassian internal affairs.
Well, the speech is made. I'm not here to discuss rhetoric. There are some intelligence matters we need to talk about.
Very good.
I missed the first half of your speech because I was meeting with certain Cardassian officials who have shared with me evidence that they have gathered concerning the recent murder. I've seen a holo recording which I have sent for verification, but appears to be genuine, and it appears as though the killer was one Vitaly Ivanovich Burov.
What do we know about him?
Like the rest of his family, barring your chief medical officer, they're not Federation citizens. We don't know much about him as a result of that. But we know that he maintains contact with his sibling. The Cardassians have reason to believe that in the days prior to the killing, Mr. Burov was in contact with his sibling on board your ship. If you could verify that for me, here's the star date and time that it occurred on.
I'll have the logs checked.
Cardassians believe that Mr. Burov had received some sort of intelligence or directive from a Starfleet officer.
There is no way I can conceive that Dr. Burov was involved in a murder. And certainly not a political assassination.
Well, our concern is that the accused, Mr. Burov, is not a Federation citizen who has apparently killed a high-ranking Federation diplomat.
Mm-hmm.
The Cardassians want this ball in our court because they want the Federation to wield the scythe of justice. I want you to first confirm that this communication took place, and assuming that it did, I'll have to leave with you to find out what they talked about. Unless for some reason your starship is a surveillance state.
I will speak with Lieutenant Kantos, but beyond that, if Lieutenant Kantos doesn't have any idea about the contents of such a conversation, and unless we're moving that this is worthy of a breach of Dr. Burov's personal logs, which may not find anything even if it were, that is about all that we have to ascertain the contents of the conversation.
If Dr. Burov can satisfy you as to the contents of the conversation, I'll leave it to your discretion.
Dr. Burov is not aboard my ship at present. Dr. Burov is on leave, and I can't remember if Athan found out Burov was missing.
I think Athan has not yet been told.
Yeah, I didn't think Athan had been told. Dr. Burov is presently on leave.
There's no need to disturb their leave, but as soon as convenient. I believe you're right. For me, it is inconceivable that a Starfleet officer should conspire to murder a Federation diplomat, but the inconceivable sometimes forces itself into conceivability.
I understand. I am not going to be naive enough to assume that no Starfleet officer would ever do anything like that. I'm saying Dr. Burov would never do anything like that. This is not admissible evidence, but...
Captain, I am completely sure you're correct. Not knowing Dr. Burov, I nevertheless believe that you have good instincts where your crew are concerned, but they may know something.
Agreed.
And
they may have been told something which they didn't realize the relevance of at the time.
The challenge now is to delegate with colonial authorities who, of course, the Federation has no influence over.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, Mr. Burov has not even been arrested. The Cardassians don't seem to care about the local government, so they might be leaving that to us.
Well, then that will require sending a ship at some point.
We'll have to manage it delicately, but for at least for the time being, I think you can be trusted to find out what Dr. Burov knows. At a certain point, someone is going to have to be accused of something, and I would rather find out the Cardassians were misunderstanding the truth.
Agreed. And it seems unlikely that this assassination took place without some mishandling of sensitive information by someone at some point.
Well, yes. There is, as I'm sure you've gathered, the strange question of why it is I should be told by a Cardassian that a communication was made by a non-Federation citizen to a Federation starship. I am looking into it.
They appear to have been quite keen to stick their noses into our affairs as well.
Well, taking an interest in this is one thing, but espionage is quite another. I'm sure you agree.
It is.
Well, I've got 13 meetings to be in at the same time, so if you'll excuse me.
Of course, Captain.
And Foster leaves Athan.
Foster beams into 13 simultaneous copies and appears throughout the station.
They've managed to hack the transporter malfunctions of various episodes.
The problem is merging them back into one again, so you actually do end up with just 13 permanent permafosters, if you will, walking around.
That's quite good. But leaving a secure room for Athan to speak with her officers.
I'm going to say Fance isn't here for the sake of my sanity just yet.
Who
Fance can be
knows?
worrying about the main room.
Who knows about Arcady?
I think it was Team The Boys.
I think it was Team Lads, wasn't it?
So Cantos and Casey are definitely there. You can decide which of the lads are present. Since the third lads is absent. Labsent, if you will.
If Kantos and Casey are there, no one in this room knows about Burov being
It-
missing.
It 100%, I think, needs to come from Kantos's news.
Cantos
But
isn't-
Kantos doesn't know.
Oh,
Yeah.
then suck it.
Strange.
I'll go for it.
It's,
You wanna-
all needs-
it's strange that
Given that Vance and Strange are like not the most important members, but they are the constantly busiest members. They have foster levels of sorry, I have
Shit to
13
do.
I have 13 things to be doing at once. Zal can have been there.
Mm-hmm.
Arcady's missing.
What?
the what?
Arcady never made it to Riser.
Shit. Sorry, Captain.
No, my sentiments exactly.
I didn't want to say anything in front of...
I understand.
Do we know anything about what's happened to them?
Get Tarek to trace what route they took and find out at what point we lost track of them. I don't know how they travelled, etc., etc. See about
Yeah.
chasing that up, and then we know when and how.
Yes, Captain.
However, I am not entertaining for a single moment the possibility that Dr. Burov has been involved in a scheme to conduct a political assassination.
No, they would never.
And this isn't just my faith in the crew. I would genuinely believe that either one of you had been involved in this crime before I believe that Dr. Burov had been.
Yeah, and I take
Any
zero
of
offense to
three.
that because, yeah, the last person in the galaxy to be involved in some kind of political assassination is going to be Arcady.
Right. So, however, the fact that they have gotten missing
Yeah,
is worrisome in an
that's
entirely
bloody
different way.
concerning.
Right. However, all we can do right now is trace the line of travel that they took and take it from there. If this, assuming this isn't a coincidence, then I think we have to enter into the very worrisome. There are two potential suspects. One is Dr. Burrell's brother, and the other, which I consider less likely, the Cardassians. Feasible if they've been conducting their espionage.
No, impossible.
But
They know about.
I have
Starfleet.
no real suspicion there. And we still have whatever the hell is going on here. Right. Get that line of inquiry. We only have a day more of this summit. It's time to chase up the leads, double check the information. Under the basis that the doctor has gone missing, I am going to authorize examination of their personal logs because we have to confirm. I can't imagine that Dr. Burov decided to record a personal log wherein they did admit that they were about to be a part of assassination and flee Starfleet and, the country. But if the doctor talked about anything that was contained in that message, at this point, the doctor is a missing person. We have to take a look at these matters. Lieutenant Kantos, if you could do that, I think that would be you'd be the person who would be most likely to read into the contents, and this is a sensitive matter after all.
Hi, Captain.
So yes, Lieutenant Zal chase up the line of the doctor's disappearance and travel. Lieutenant Kantos check the logs, including the comms, to confirm whether or not this conversation took place and if there are any leads of it. And Lieutenant Casey, I'd like you to take a look to see if there is any further information which has come out of the medical bay as why we have peaceable delegates and, Diadite trying to punch people in the face.
Yes, Captain.
I mean, Diadite successfully punched someone in the face.
That's
Don't do my girl dirty.
I'm sorry, my Diadite threw down. And someone find Commander Talandra. Someone find my emotional support Vulcan. And yes, I am aware that Athan said that Zal is more likely to have murdered their spouse than Burov is. I stand by it. Stand by it.
It's more likely to be someone you know.
Also, Zal's like, I am more likely to murder my spouse, just not that one. That was the one I wasn't gonna throw down with.
This has made Athan
Any
go,
of the other two.
I now need to
Sure.
wonder which of my crew, I think I could conceive of ever being involved in political assassination.
Well, Captain, I know that I am not there, but I'd like you to know I'm very glad that I am bottom of the list.
Yeah. Is these characters being under suspicion whilst also being two of the least murder characters in the crew?
I don't know, Talandra.
Is it pacifist?
She is religiously a pacifist.
Yeah. Doesn't mean she wouldn't orchestrate an assassination.
It means she's still more likely than Burov to.
Savage. However, that being said, because it's a dramatic cut to Lieutenant Strange is sat for the first time in quite some time in the engineering office, which is basically a bit that has been set up as a sort of hub for the chief engineer, but mostly Strange has used it as a place to come in, drop off pads, and pick up different pads and leave again.
Occasionally brief moments of hiding.
Occasionally brief moments of hiding, because nobody would think to check for him there. But at this moment, he is sat there with a number of pads, a number of plans, and some bits, doing actual, like, that bit that the Starfleet engineers do of think, use your brain, you're a smart lad, you can do this. As the door swishes open, and the figure of Lieutenant Commander Talandra is one that traditionally brings joy and comfort to the crew around her. But given what Lieutenant Strange has been told, there is that degree of concern about seeing her sort of alone and surprised, because Strange does not have Athan's or Zal's absolute rock-solid confidence in the people around him. Famously, Strange is the more paranoid and less likely to trust of the crew. So Lieutenant Commander Talandra, with her sleeves turned up, with burn marks or like singe marks on her hands and the side of her face, looking placidly Vulcan. But as all know, with that expression of, I have had a very trying sort of time, but I am being placidly Vulcan about it. And with a sort of she walks into the engineering room, looking much in the aspect that she did at the Wayfarer facility when she was very fraught.
Well, that if the situation with the bone marks and everything wasn't going to put the shits up Strange, that last little detail. Commander, are you? How can I help?
Lieutenant Strange. She walks towards the desk, and she's holding something big and heavy in her offhand.
Strange slightly shrinks into his chair a little bit.
And she swings her arm up, and the pads are swept to the side with very little care, as on the desk thumps a very heavy-looking device.
What is...
I have been having trouble sleeping at nights, and entered into a brief piece of Exploration. I believed if I could
Okay.
report back to you what was malfunctioning, it would save you a certain quantity of time. However, I found this device, which hurt my brain to be around.
Right, okay. That's any idea of what it is? Strange will start kind of investigating.
You must
The
forgive me,
device.
Lieutenant Strange. I am not an engineer. I had to stop the device, but I fear I may have broken it in the process.
It being broken is probably not too much of an issue for working out what it is and seeing if there's any more. He'll, yeah.
Make me an engineering check.
I'd just like to cut in and say, Izzy, you motherfucker, but
That's positive. Where's my numbers?
Look, sometimes you're allowed to have faith in your first officer and that faith pays off.
I suspected this, but also you mother, but like not 100%. Like,
Considering what has been reported by various members of the diplomatic corps throughout the station, I would hypothesize that there are more than one.
Yes, I would certainly hypothesize that there are more than one of these strange devices. That I got a 7 on the engineering check.
So the first thing you notice, which I guess affects your very human, oh god, like every now and then a human sometimes will just go, oh god, they're aliens and they're so strong and I hate it. Given that you are quite stressed at the moment, you can see that despite her very placid nature, Talandra has probably wrenched this thing from the wall and thrown it sort of 7-8 feet down onto the floor. It's a very precision sort of rip throw. This has not been like jumped up and down on by a Klingon or something. But
this is Vulcan smashy smashy, not Klingon smashy smashy.
Nevertheless, it is thoroughly smashed. She did a very good job of ripping and smashing. So it takes a few seconds for you to like see through the broken bits and, you know, plug on. But what you notice is that it is a very impressive piece of engineering in that this has been built likely by an amateur or someone who has engineering knowledge but is not a Starfleet engineer out of crap. So you're very impressed by it, that it was able to function and apparently cause great distress to Commander Talandra, but this is definitely built this in a cave with a box of scraps sort of situation. And that someone was able to pull together some quite complex bits of work. It has latched onto the power system in a very sort of slightly symbiotic way. It hasn't been flagging for your system, as you know, it's not been flagging for your system as a drain on the power. So it's been running on some quite low level power. And you think quite simply what it is that it is hitting a particular frequency that is affecting people who are particularly psychically sensitive.
Okay. So it's one of them mosquito alarms for keeping teenagers away, but for people who have psychic sensitivities.
And unfortunately, because it is such a crude device, you know that it's not just a question of annoying someone with what is that? What is that? It is, if you are affecting the psychic sensitivities of any number of these races, and as you know, they are all very different and they all relate to their psychic abilities in very different ways, you have absolutely no idea what the outcome of poking that part of their brain is going to be. And
But probably bad.
And you remember the report of what happened on the habitation ring. And yeah.
Right. And Strange will relay the relevant parts of that information to Talandra.
Most distressing.
Yes, definitely. But now that we've got this, let's see, what's going to be the most unique part of this for tracing purposes? And Strange will just start kind of taking it apart. And what he's looking for is either something that's got a particular signature, or like a particularly unusual piece of alloy wiring, something that he can use as this is what this device has got. Let's go find where the other bits of it are. Kind of thing, so that he can kind of go, okay, it's got this, plug details into tricorder, off we go.
Make me an operations check.
Ooh.
But this is engineering operations if you feel like you have any traits that will...
I can fix it, but I might have to improvise is on my aspect, so that feels like it might be relevant.
I think that would be relevant in that you are actively trying to repair this item.
So I'm not trying to repair it, but I am trying to,
back form. You're trying to back form the item. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to bodge something together to go, okay, let's try and make the tricorder scan for this. I probably don't even need to invoke the aspect because that is 4, just with the dice.
I think that is perfectly capable.
I'm confident going with that.
But look, sometimes it's nice to know what aspect is like just there. What is giving it a bit of a moral support. So you are as you are explaining these things to Talandra, which is your way of expressing it to the audience, you pick up on the fact that none of these devices are interlinked. They must have all been inserted and set off uniquely, which gives them a particular sort of security. But also what that means is they all must sort of operate their own little system. They're not being... they effectively have their own processor rather than outsourcing their processor. I apologize to technological people that I'm talking like this. I hope I am talking accurately. But what you are able to find is essentially the processor chip for this device that is giving it both the instructions, making sure that it is not like overly drawing power, making sure that it turns itself off sometimes, because it's not turning itself off on a timer. You can't quite figure out what is causing it to turn itself off, but maybe it's random, maybe it's programmed in. You could probably figure it out given time, but most importantly, what you have is the thing that is giving instructions to the bits of the device. Now, because this is quite a big device, another indication that it was probably made in a sort of rushed, bodged way, because you could make it half the size and in half the time. It's quite a powerful piece of kit. Likely the reason why all of the rest of the device is built of just scrap and bits is because whoever built this had to put all of their resources into the processor bit, which means that you can probably plug in either the frequencies that thing gives off or the commands that it gives out. And that will be much easier for you to trace than whatever it is that is affecting the frequencies that are affecting the psychic races on the space station, which have clearly flown under the radar of your many scans. You think that this processor has its own unique signature, which has just been hiding in plain sight because tiny little frequencies. Why would that show up for you? It's not doing anything. But now that you've got it, you think that you can go with tricorder, and it will be a short range thing, but you are confident that you could go, if you get close enough, you could go, yep, over there.
Just go out and CAT scan everything for the signature. Got it.
I'm also going to give you something for free.
Ooh.
Which is, because you are a very smart engineer boy who knows all the engineering things, is that as you are explaining to Talandra and as you are explaining how it drew its power and the processor behind it, you suddenly realized that because of the way it drew its power from the system and then had to effectively give the power back so that it didn't show up as a drain. It is almost certainly what caused the overload that blew out that wall. Because it effectively tried to compensate for the power, but didn't do it right because it was plugged into a particularly sensitive piece of equipment that needed the power to be flowing in a very regular sort of fashion, and just taking it and giving it back.
Yeah, just that tiny little kind of trip in the circuit was enough for the wall to go, nope!
Which matters to no one but you, because you had to figure it out, because it's a thing that you must know.
It's important to me, even if it's not important to anybody else. But yes, right, okay. I think we've got everything we need so we can start finding out where the rest of these bastard things are.
Excellent. I shall accompany you.
Um,
And there I'm going to cut as Science Lad and his Vulcan mother-in-law go on an adventure to find the dangerous things.
I'm not Science Lad.
Sorry, engineering
The
lad.
other lieutenant is the Science Lad.
I meant engineering lad.
I know you meant that, but
You're the study for the same person.
exactly.
You are becoming the same person.
It's how it works.
Got to balance the things. Returning to the USS Iskandar in order to go through Arcady's things is Lieutenant Adina Cantos, who has left the meeting with Captain Athan and is currently being flanked, shadowed, escorted by Lieutenant Carousel, who was walking that way anyway, and gives you the opportunity to bounce your ideas around as you are both being given a wide berth by the people around you, as you're walking with that kind of purpose that Starfleet officers have when something is afoot. And the question on everyone's mind is, Arcady, murderer or incompetent?
What are you thinking?
I'm trying to work out. Well, it wasn't Arcady who told Vitaly about any of. Well, it wouldn't have been Arcady who gave Vitaly any of the information. That's just not possible. So, who, if any, is there anybody that I can think of that would know? And then on top of that, where the hell is Arcady?
I don't know how to phrase this, and so I'm just going to say it as it comes to me, and do forgive me any lack of decorum.
No, please do.
How confident are we that there wasn't something Arcady might have said that would have tipped their brother off? Advertently or inadvertently?
What would Arcady have known about some random Andorian operation or Federation operation even happening somewhere in Cardassian space?
I don't know.
That's the thing. I cannot think of any way in which Arcady would have even known about it to let it slip. Never mind passing anything on deliberately.
I keep thinking that Arcady's ship has likely been intercepted.
It is most likely.
I don't know by what, I don't know when.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with the captain that the Cardassians are the less likely option, to be honest, because if they already knew about their brother's involvement, then why wouldn't they track down Arcady and go for them?
I was about to spin off into wild conjecture that maybe Arcady is leverage or some kind of anything along the lines of hostage taking just becomes unhelpful at this stage.
God, I hope that's not what's happened. I'm hoping that they've just done something like got lost on their way to Riser or something. It's very unlikely that that's what's actually happened, but I really hope that's all it is, and that they're not actually missing. They just took the wrong course, got on the wrong shuttle. Something dumb like that.
I hope so too.
And we'll meet up on Riser, have a good laugh, and it'll all be fine.
You find yourself at the place where the station is docked with the Iskandar. Kantos preparing to go back to the ship. Zal, what do you do?
Kansas,
What's up?
anything you read that is not pertinent to the investigation, I can trust that there will be your discretion, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all I needed to be certain of.
Why, if I can ask?
Nothing for now, I don't think. Not from me.
Fair enough.
Good luck.
Same to you.
And we cut to Lieutenant Kantos using their security override to go into their best friend's quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Arcady keeps a very cozy space. They are fond of the things and knickknacks that they've picked up along the way. They never quite got the Earth minimalism that many people who grew up in Federation space sort of latched onto. Clearly, those people who live on the miners like their stuff a bit more. And Arcady's quarters look very much like the set designer had lots of fun just filling it with random bits and oddities and colour. Arcady is very fond of colour. And at their desk is just a mess of pads and mugs and things. But is their computer, and I should like an empathy check from Lieutenant Kantos.
Ooh. That's a rare roll. Spicy choice.
My reasoning being that they are accessing the technology is not the problem for them. It is knowing where to look for things that might be of interest from their friend.
That is a flat 0.
A flat 0. Do you have anything you wish to invoke?
Looking through aspects, I'm not trying to flirt my way into the computer, so that's those ones out.
Hey, Arcady. Oh, Adina, hi.
I'm not trying to fly the computer, so that one's out. The only one I can think of that it may be a stretch is there's a time and place for the book somewhere else and not now. As an aspect to invoke.
You also have one which is fight with compassion.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't feel that one was. I think the time and place for the book somewhere else and not now one is a more applicable one than Fight with Compassion.
That is fair.
I am going to allow you to tag a sort of combination of the two, if only
Ooh.
because this isn't Exalted, but Exalted is a very important game to me, and you have a strong relationship with Arcady. Therefore, of anyone who is likely to succeed, it is you.
Cool. What does that let me do? Is that reroll or add numbers?
Reroll or add numbers is either.
Oh, what do I want to chance? If it's adding numbers, that's just adding 2, isn't it?
Aye.
Which would make it probably a success.
Which would make it probably a success, or do I just go, let's see what the dice do?
Yes, it's not a question of what would Roomba do, it's what would Kantos do.
Exactly. Let's see what the dice do. The dice do better. 5.
Ah! Merveilleuse.
The Cantos method works.
So, the first thing you are able to find pretty easily through just putting in the information that you received is, yes, Dr. Burov did indeed have a communication with someone. It does not say exactly who, but was almost certainly, given the information received, their brother. Or a member of their family, given that they communicated with someone not far from the miners, and Arcady's from Rakoya Minor. The conversation lasted about 5 to 10 minutes. The conversation isn't recorded. In order to get into it, you would need full clearance for that, but Arcady's personal logs are a different matter entirely. So, I'm going to give you a decision. One is that you may ask me 3 questions of things that you may have found in the logs. I will be honest about the things that you would find. I'll answer your questions, and I will give you a 4th piece of absolute information that will be relevant to what's going on.
Okay.
Or you may ask me 2 questions. I will give you a piece of supposition that will be helpful, but may not be straightforwardly, this is the answer that you are seeking for what's going on. And you will find a tangent that is absolutely irresistible to follow, that may not be super relevant to what's going on now, but will be a big bloody secret that you didn't know about before.
Oh, I'm taking the second option.
Yeah. Oh, gee, I wonder.
I mean, like I said,
Of course I'm taking that option. Why did you even offer me the choice?
because I was giving you the chance. I was giving you the chance to say, I find my best friend's big secret that I don't know if they'd want me to know about, but oh no, whoops, I clicked the thing and now I know. I was making that your decision.
I'm reading my best friend's diary. I'm gonna get the secrets. Candles may not want to get the secrets, but they're getting the secrets.
So, we will start with 2 questions. So, about what's going on, the goblin diary reading will be the last thing you do. She says, like, last thing you do, and then you die.
Well, shit.
At least I died knowing the secrets. So yeah, about what's going on, ask away.
Okay, personal log. Is there anything in the personal log about a conversation with their family or references to their family, like in logs either side of the phone call?
Yes. You know that after the phone call, Arcady did in fact maintain a log, which will have been along the lines of, it was nice to hear from Vitaly again. I really should call Mother. He is right. I'm worried about him. I wish there was something more that I could do.
Okay.
But it is definitely a kind of sad log about family and and familial fraternal concern.
Cool. Okay. So that's that. I guess then the next thing to have a quick search through the logs for is there anything in the logs just before the phone call in particular, but also just after, referring to relevant stuff to do with Cardassian stuff or Andorian stuff, or anything that would indicate that Arcady might have even had any kind of information that they could have passed on to Vitali, whether deliberately or accidentally?
In your search for Andorian related things, you find a number of effectively search pings. One that some months ago, Arcady got particularly into Andorian opera and started doing a lot of searches for particular and specific Andorian operas.
I recall the incident well.
And you do remember that was about when they started going, no, I think I'm getting into it. You don't know why they started getting into it.
I remember when they tried to sing it themselves. It was an experience. I laughed so hard I fell off the bed.
I'm trying to learn. I think I can relate to the opera if I just listen to it a lot more times. But that led down a rabbit hole of discussions of various Andorian searches that they did. That would be more professional, so you don't get that. You also spot, therefore, a number of log entries that Arcady made discussing Lieutenant Carousel. And throughout their logs, it is clear that they know a lot more about Zal's personal life than other members of the crew do. And you and Burov have talked about Zal's personal life and everyone's personal life a quantity. You get together, you drink rosé, you talk about people's personal lives.
The NBs do.
It's what the gossip NBs do. And this is stuff that you don't know, or things that you distinctly remember you and Arcady speculating about, that Arcady gave off the impression that they didn't know, and now it seems that they did in fact know. Therefore, there was an amount of obfuscation going on there, which will lead you down the terrible rabbit hole of reading your best friend's diary, which is that for the last 6 months, about every week, Arcady and Karis have dinner in each other's quarters. They have been... it started off as a sort of... the first, early when Zal joined the crew, it was a... after our discussion in sick bay, I'm worried, I'm going to see if a bit of socializing would be helpful. And now you get a very different sort of tone from when Arcady talks about their dinners with Karis, which seems to be more excited and anticipatory. And you know that Arcady has not told you any of this.
Is this written in the tone that Arcady talks about crushes in? Wow.
And then you detect a certain quantity of annoyance when Arcady talks about Karis's family.
Oh. Oh dear.
And on that revelation, we return to the space station, where the crew of the Iskandar and likewise are getting on with the things that they were meant to be getting on with. Captain Athan. Oh no, I'm stretching. Oh no. Ow, ow. Sorry, that was painful. Just remind me again what you set your gang to doing things.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think Athan has any more particular plans. Like, kind of got to see what the fuck the Cardassians. I feel she's already gone, your move, fuckos. Like, enough. And she's already nailed her colours to the mast on what her priorities are for the rest of the conference.
So rather than coming to actively see Athan, she gets a little ping on her screen, which is a communication from the Cardassian diplomatic corps.
Mm-hmm.
Does she accept it?
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, you know,
Where's my popcorn?
Let it go. Let it go to red. And it is Prime Lector Cal, who does the thing where he starts talking, having literally just finished speaking to someone else. Forgive me for not coming down myself, Captain Athan. I am between meetings.
I understand.
Your speech was very brave.
Thank you.
What is it exactly you're hoping to achieve?
I feel that was clear enough.
No, I know. I'm aware, but
Obviously, I cannot speak for the Federation in terms of dictating its foreign policy. However, my opinion is that Calavelrad was attempting to help change the discourse within Cardassian society, and it is a miscarriage of justice.
he broke the law, Athan.
I'm aware of that. But
What would you have me do? Change the law to release him from prison on the whims of the Federation. How would that look for me?
there are options other than making an example of him or
Whether
charging
or not,
him to the furthest extent.
whether or not, if he stays in prison, we are making an example of him. If we let him out now, an example is being made in your favour. He is an example regardless of what happens.
He is. The wider question becomes, what does Cardassia do about the entire thing? Not just, I understand Calavelrad's fate is a complex matter. Discourse on historic injustices, discourse on how people who try to bring the truth out are treated. These are facts which need confronting.
Captain Athan, I have had very long conversations with Captain Foster, with Legate Elrad today. I do not appreciate being in the middle of this. However, I will say to you what I said to Legate Elrad. Are you too close to this? This is clearly something that has been very personal to both of you. I appreciate that he is clearly well liked by your crew, by your people. Are either of you able to be objective on this matter?
The truth is, historically, I have never liked the Cardassian justice system. The truth is that I have never liked how the Federation has ever capitulated in the face of such things happening. And I think that... And now this is happening to someone to whom, yes, I do owe something, but also someone who right now is not being championed. Someone whom I'm sure it would be very convenient if the Federation just didn't pay that much attention to. I don't know what the official plan is, but everyone would have a much easier time if Calavelrad just went away. And I am not someone who tolerates that. The fact that he's important to my crew, it encourages me to act. It doesn't make me act.
I'm not saying this is a threat.
I understand.
But also, you are correct. If he were... Perhaps take this as a sign of my good faith, because if he were to die in prison, it would be a much quieter life for me.
I understand. I expect you to recognize the realities of this. I'm not.
No, I do. I don't want you to think that I'm being unnecessarily obstinate and unreasonable, but this is a very knotty and thorny situation.
He broke military. He disobeyed orders. There are ways of handling a justice system, what you choose to charge him for. He broke military orders.
Yes, which means I would leave it in the hands of the military.
Mm-hmm.
Legate Elrad is the reason he is in prison.
Mm-hmm. If there's ever a time separation of the civilian government from the military is a good thing in that the military should not dictate to the civilian. Not convinced the other way around is not a good idea.
No.
And you can make arguments about what he did was in the public interest. There can be punishments meted out. He loses his career.
To a Cardassian, reputation is very important. You would have us save his life to destroy it.
I cannot begin to try to speak for what is preferable. I recognize that actions do have consequences, and that he did take a stand against the policy and politics of the Cardassian military by doing what he did. I think that he did the right thing, but I don't think that those two things were aligned at that time. I don't know if he'd rather die than lose his career and reputation. I don't know. I can only speak from my own perspective, which is there can be punishment, but still mercy. I also can't imagine that there's any world realistically where he's going to come back, be let out of prison and operate freely as a gull within the Cardassian military having done this. Let's be...
No.
Even if everyone was in a sun spirit of forgiveness, he wouldn't be able to hold a command level post. It would be untenable within the military. He'd struggle to maintain his authority.
I want you to realise that this is a difficult position for me.
Yes.
But I could potentially allow you some communication with him. Perhaps you might encourage him to make a decision. If I have more facts, I can push better. For at the moment, he is a chaotic agent in a very structured system.
What sort of decisions? Will he keep his trap shut about this?
I mean, the information is now out there.
Yes.
Therefore, he surely has achieved what he wants. I am not thrilled by the idea of a political coup. Any more than I am thrilled by the idea of some sort of military coup.
What options? I understand. However, what are you saying it would take for him to do? To leave Cardassia forever? I don't think the man will recant.
Then I would know what he is willing to do. Ideally,
very well, I understand.
He would recant and disappear. But, as you say, he will not speak with us, and our methods, as barbaric as you may find them, are much refined from what they were.
The fact that we're having this conversation is evidence of this. I did mean the assertive points about the Federation needs to not jump at the shadows of what the Cardassian people once were.
As
If-
much as... No, do go on.
I was going to say, if we can speak with him, then we can find out what he is prepared to do, to sacrifice, and what he is not. If he is committed to being a martyr who dies in prison after a long punishing sentence, because the alternative is if he goes out, he will stand in the middle of the Cardassian capital and start shouting about the Wayfarer facility, then there is only so much that I can do for him.
You might not think it of me, Captain Athan, but among the political elites of Cardassia, I am considered dangerously moderate.
Sorry, Prime Lexa.
Fuck
This-
you.
The situation on the border. Your ships extending across the border, the Bajorans. What is the good outcome for the Union here?
Ideally, that we will for me that the military are placated but do not gain a great flag that they can wave. I like the military to be successful but not too successful.
I understand. Prime Elector, I am wondering what we can do to help you.
Let the military get the last word, and I will have them withdraw.
They can't get the last word against Bajor.
They must.
Arthur Patch.
I can keep the military in check if you can keep the Bajorans in check.
I will think of how I could possibly achieve that diplomatic feat. As you are asking, well, we are both asking our respective parties here to do the last thing they possibly want to do.
Yes.
I will.
No. I am sorry. I am.
Let me know if you can establish a line of communication. There's no urgency. It would be best if my first officer did the conversation.
If you say so. It may take some time, but I am working on it. And your Captain Foster is quite the negotiator.
Yes.
You should be all very proud of him. If I had more legates like him, I would have nothing to worry about and also probably be dead.
I understand.
Anyway, until later.
Yes, thank you, Prime Lector.
And then it just hung up. It just hung up the Zoom call.
That would have been a power move.
Anyway, goodbye. And then
Izzy's gone.
So next session.
Honestly, I was there like, who's going to do the talking to Elra? Is it going to be Athan? Is it going to be Taladra? I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. That resolves everything. I'm not doing that conversation.
And again, Athan sits there thinking, oh God, I've both got to sort out this and also get the Bajorans in line.
Oh, well, I know who I'm sending to do that job.
Go on.
Kantos. Kantos has been buttering up the Bajorans for like day, or at least I'm taking Cantos with me.
I
I
think
feel, however, that would be a good resolution to Cantos's diplomatic arc of this mission.
We need to keep the Bajorans in line. Cantos, go!
Go fuck one of them. I don't know.
so. I think
Take
what
them up
happens.
for soup.
I think what happens is the line is Captain Athan says something like, Nevaeh, please set up a meeting with the Bajorans, and as that cuts, we see Lieutenant Atticus Vance
Voice.
crossing one of the bridges of his patrol back to his office, wherein he on the way in orders a cup of very strong coffee, sits at his desk and takes a breath. A security officer, Carnell, comes in with a pad and says, we've done a full sweep. We've not been able to find anything in particular. The violence seems to have died down completely, and most of the delegates involved have claimed very little knowledge of the whys and wherefores. Some sort of chemical attack, maybe.
Oh, of course. All right. Keep public areas a little bit more guarded. We've only got another day of this, so it might be some long shifts between now and then. But places where people are likely to come together and then punch each other, well, keep an eye on them.
Right. We'll be on it. And Carnell sets the pad down, nudges the coffee a little bit closer to Lieutenant Vance, and strides out. There is a beat, maybe another beat of peace in Vance's life. As the door opens, and in walks Senator Calix of the Romulan delegation. He did not ring. He just walked in.
Ah, Lieutenant.
Senator, what can I do for you?
You're not busy. Good. He's not asking a question. He is making a statement. That's it. I have uncovered a rather interesting fact about this conference, and as a matter of professional courtesy, hopefully, Lieutenant, an act of very memorable and easily reciprocal act of professional courtesy. I believe you're the best person to share it with.
All ears for good news, Senator.
There is an imposter among us.
That's not good news. All right.
I can hear Izzy cackling from upstairs.
Awesome, Calix.
As you might imagine, the matters being discussed at this conference are of a sensitive nature, so naturally we have taken all precautions to ensure that everyone attending has all of the correct clearance and so forth.
I would expect nothing less from representatives from the Romulan Star Empire.
There is among the Bajoran delegation an attaché whose credentials give her name as Lanx Narilla. There is no Lanx Narilla on the pre-registration database for this conference. And in fact, when we looked into Lanx Narilla, we found that not only that, she is not attached to any specific diplomat, only to the Romulan party in general.
Bajoran.
Huh.
What did I say?
You said Romulan.
Oh, I meant to say Bajoran. Sorry.
Huh. All right, we'll bring her in. See, ask some questions, check out those credentials, see whether or not this has just been a bureaucratic mishap or some shenanigans are afoot.
I'm not quite sure what a shenanigan is.
I
But
feel it's kind of
suggest-
onomatopoeic.
I see. Perhaps some sort of alien creature. I suggest you stamp on the shenanigan should you find it, Lieutenant.
I generally do, yes, Senator.
Of course you do. Now, I shall leave you to it and to your excellent work keeping the conference secure.
You implied that there's something I can do for you.
No, Lieutenant.
Ah,
I merely
misunderstood.
hoped that you had a good memory and an instinct for reciprocity. Good day to you.
Understood, Senator. Thank you very much. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Right.
Michael, I'm so mad that you left. I wanted to see your fucking face.
That slut!
That outrageous Harridan.
Gosh. Damn it.
Don't know what you mean. She was with me in electrical the whole time.
She's been marinating the science boys all game.
Where was the body found?
So Vance's response to this is stress and coffee and don't look a gift Romulan in the mouth. Calix walks out with that smug air of someone that's done a thing and is now going to go nap in a sunbeam. At the moment that Vance gets a communication through
Oh.
on his comm badge, which just says, Lieutenant Vance, it's Commander Talandra here. I think you need to see this. And that is the point that I believe what I'm gonna call a quick break for
Dare you.
for the gang.
I just need to put out a bolo on fucking Lanx Narella first.
I think you need to see this. You must now drop everything you are doing and come look. You know the law.
Emergency meeting.
Sus on Lanx Narella.
I mean, yeah, there's been sus on her since the beginning. It's amazing you haven't spaced her sooner. But anyway, yes, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, and we will return for the second half of Politics of Peace, wherein all shall be revealed. What is up, you guys? 'Tis I, Brexit Descends, back here with the finale of Politics of Peace. The finale. If you missed the first half, then, well, you know, you can catch up, but in your own damn time. Now's not the time for recaps. Now is the time for action. As the scene opens with Lieutenant Samuel Casey, who has had a relatively quiet time since his recovery from losing at Blood Rain twice. The music is gentle as he is making his way around the ship, doing what has been requested of him to keep an eye on potential outbursts of violence amongst delegates to smooth certain conversations. As it is getting down to the last day of the conference, it means that he doesn't have to manage any panels or do any active diplomacy, so he is just wrapping up in his head what is going on. He is making his way towards the officer's mess, as it were, in order to get himself a cup of tea and maybe even a sandwich. He's had, all in all, a pretty good morning. On his way there, he of course rounds a corner and bumps almost completely into a rushing figure ahead of him, who looks particularly stressed out and harassed in a way that he's never quite seen her before. And off him bounces the form of Bajoran Attaché Lanx Narella.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, no, it's me, I'm sorry.
One of those days?
Has the address happened yet? Yeah, it has. I missed it, but I hear it was good.
It was good. It was very good. Yes. I'm sure there'll be a recording somewhere.
That Captain Athan, real live wire. Really put it up the cardies from what I hear.
Yes. You seem fretful.
I just I'm running late, and you know when you gotta do something and you're just real stressed about it, and it's something you know you can do, but you haven't done it for a while, and like you're thinking back to a time when you could do it, but it's like it's a different person, you know? You're like, come on, Lanx, you could do it then. Why can't you do it now?
Okay. No, I don't really empathize with that. However, is there anything you can do to kind of get you back to that mindset? Any kind of meditative?
Problem is that I was a very different person back then, and I didn't have a great time, you know?
Oh. I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's fine. The war was hard for all of us. And I think I've spent so long pushing that memories away that now that I'm here, I kind of don't know if I can do it. But I gotta, you know?
Yes, as long as it's all above board.
Yeah. You're very easy to talk to, Ensign Casey.
I'm glad.
You're Lieutenant Casey. She doesn't call you Ensign Casey. She didn't know you then.
No, I'm very glad.
And after today, this'll all be over.
Yes, it is the final day of the conference, which
Yeah.
is what you mean, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good. Okay, good.
We can all go home and just know that we all did the right thing.
Okay.
Courage.
Okay.
I'll see you.
See you.
And she,
Oh no.
and she skirts around you and trots off. And you say, "Oh no," as you're holding your cup of tea, and walk into something of a chaotic scene. As in the mess, where various officers from various sort of support crews have been engaging and gathering food. The section of wall that was blown out had been patched up by Lieutenant Strange. The section of wall on the other side of the room seems to have been fundamentally dismantled by a pair of Starfleet engineers who pass you on the way out as you come into the room. And standing, looking up at what seems to be a huge whirring device embedded in the wall is Lieutenant Adam Strange, Lieutenant Atticus Vance, and Lieutenant Commander Talandra. And Strange seems to be telling Vance about the device.
All right, well, I guess that makes sense if we've had someone who's been impersonating someone with access to these sorts of places where they could position these. Do we have any idea of how many we're talking about? Lieutenant?
No idea, I'm afraid.
It is, are we in any way able to turn it off?
Oh, yes, give me a second. Strange will start performing some percussive maintenance on the whirring device until it stops whirring.
I am obliged to you, Lieutenant Strange. It is manageable. It's not as bad as the one in the Federation quarters, but it is particularly distracting.
All right. Well, I've put out an APB for her, so any signing, we'll drag her in.
For who?
Oh, one of the Bajoran attaches is suspected of being an imposter, Langstonrilla.
Langstonrilla. I've just passed her in the corridor.
That springs up.
And of course, Vance sprints out and looks up and down the corridors, but
She's gone.
she's gone.
putting that in of, suspect sighted, blast section.
She spoke about everything being over after today and finished off with the word courage, said to herself in an emboldening fashion.
Oh, that's
All available officers suspected noticed at X section, blah, blah, blah.
So, Lieutenant Casey, Lieutenant Strange, you have had interactions with her.
Yes.
Has she given any indication of what it is she might be attempting?
She was talking to me in quite great detail about the Iskandar and its crew.
Mostly talked to me about engineering stuff in general. Didn't mention anything specific about the ships other than various things going wrong, which is something that anybody here would know.
What about the crew, Lieutenant Casey?
It's people, it's bridge crew, it's mission.
Such. Okay. Is there anything particularly pertinent that you think that she knows?
Is there anything?
We'll have conversations about OPSEC later.
I would like empathy checks from all those who've met Lanx Norella.
Oh. I can't even remember the strange.
Oh, this is a rare treat. I've failed my roll.
Where is my engineering, boys? Not technical numbers.
Empathy. It's like person engineering, right?
He's good at empathy.
Yeah, Strange is actually good at empathy.
Unlike his boyfriend.
Unlike his boyfriend. So I get a 1.
We get a -2.
Jesus Christ.
-2 is what I rolled on the dice.
Talantra just picks Casey up by his head and shoves him under the table.
Yeah, you're done.
Shoves him in a toilet.
You don't have people. Strange remembered how a few times she talked about the war, and it made her very distant.
Mm-hmm.
And she was keen to move over it. You also believe, based on your conversations with her about engineering, that if these things are connected, this device would fall within her skill level. Perhaps.
Okay.
But make me an engineering check. 400.
6.
Very low.
As you are thinking this, you go back into the device that now is more functional, so you can take a look at it, having turned it off like an engineer, not like a first officer pilot. And it is interesting that this device is not constructed in a Bajoran style. You'd expect certain things of even a low-level Bajoran engineer. You actually did, an amount of studying of Bajoran resistance engineering. There's a module on it. You took an interest because you are an engineer who bodges things together. I imagine you've taken an interest in the bodging together of various peoples. You've seen Maquis devices. You've seen resistance devices. You've seen the Cardassian resistance devices. This is not the style of engineering that is common amongst Bajoran, even low-tech Bajoran engineers.
I see. Did this come up with any other cultures in my bodging across the galaxy module, as I apparently did?
It's a good module.
It's a good module.
It's necessary. It's fun. It's a fun
bodger's a genius.
It's a very hands-on module. I don't know. Do you have a trait for this?
Yeah. Not specifically for this. I have like my general bodging trait, but nothing that would actually indicate that strangers, explicitly familiar with,
You know what?
bodging in different cultures.
You know what? Now we're getting to the second half of the episode, and I'm going to begin phasing back helps and hinders from the system that was before.
Mm-hmm.
A help has been redeemed.
Hey!
Therefore, I am going to say that despite evidence to the contrary, this is a very Federation-style device. It could almost have been made in your Bodgers club. The bits of scrap, the objects. This could easily have been a device built by a student on Earth. Not just Earth, but Starfleet.
Didn't Langsnerilla mention to someone about spending time on Earth, but she didn't mention anything about Starfleet?
She did, and that's a thing that Strange and Casey can put their heads together to remember.
Okay, well, Strange will relay the relevant bits of information that he's just gleaned from going,
We have any reason to believe that she has the expertise to make something in a Starfleet technical style. I'll take uncertainty. My question is, do we have any certainty as to, does she have help here and now?
I can't think of any reason specifically for a Starfleet kind of style to how she's put these together. Whether she has help now, or whether she learned to do this at some point in the past and is just using previous expertise, I couldn't say.
To use the suspicion that has been thrown around, given that the Cardassians have pointed fingers at 2 members of the Iskandar crew, it is not unreasonable to assume that suspicion will be brought to me again. But I do not have the technical expertise to have constructed an item of this magnitude.
Right, we got to just maintain a suspicion of the possibility that there is still an officer or former officer involved in this. Right, finding the other ones, that's something which she'll show her face. We've got the force to be able to pick her up, and she goes crawling into a Jeffrey's tube and is not seen again. My staff are on the lookout for her.
Okay.
Right. Is there any way, from what we know about this, that we can track down the others?
Yes, there is. We've been previously looking for the frequency that's actually affecting people's heads directly. That we can't pick up, but there is the signal between this part and this part, and that you have to be at close range to find it. So it's going to be a sweep corridor by corridor, but that you can pick up if you set your tricorders up like this.
All right. Get that transmitted to the security detail. They're going to have that while they're looking for Lanx.
Strange roll.
There's no way we can amplify internal senses, the Iskandar senses, to be able to pick up something like that?
Important as it is to locate these devices, forgive me if the question is trite, but why? What is her overall plan?
I don't know.
If, as Casey says, she is preparing herself to... If, as Lieutenant Casey says, she is preparing herself to perform some feat, this must have been building to something.
It must.
It may appear that the sensors are not as important as whatever her plan is.
Finding her is the top priority. However...
If we can in some way infer what it is she may do, perhaps we may be able to stop her.
Right. She's mentioned that she's expressed experiences of the war, you said, an interest in the Iskandar crew. So we're operating off the possibility that there's a target. possibility is the Cardassians. We need to warn the Cardassian delegation. What kind of interest did she have in the Iskandar crew? Because there's a difference between whether or not that was just her gathering information to bypass us. But if we're trying to consider what possible targets she's had...
Izzy.
Hello.
I'm one of the greatest minds of my generation.
Give me them fate points. Give them to me. Give them to me like delicious quality street.
Have it. Have
Thank
this fate point. I didn't even want it. It's nothing but pudding to me.
Delicious pudding. In which case, there is a moment where Casey's eyes are sort of trying to go through the information that was given to him. And he looks up.
Palace.
He's in his mind turret. And he looks up at Lieutenant Vance and says, "She had a lot of questions about you, Lieutenant."
I don't know. I don't know this woman.
Are there any other Bajorans you know that she then might?
I think that's the moment that I'm going to cut the scene with everyone pondering.
It's a suspicion, but it's a suspicion that's so bonkers that Vance would never think of it.
Kath, please send your suspicion to me, and I will look at it at another time.
I'm going to send you my suspicions.
Fine. Everyone is welcome to now send me their private suspicions.
Are you?
Because as this scene is taking place, of course, Lieutenant Kantos and Captain Athan are going at full stride to go and speak to the Bajorans. And I shall say that as they are walking, they are joined in the walk by Lieutenant Zal, because I like the symmetry of having the two gangs. Zal and Kantos exchange a look. The look is unreadable. And
no fucks there.
and you're like, I don't know any of this. And you walk into the room to see First Minister Kryan and Vedek Ariel having a discussion. I knew it. See, I knew it all along. We're gonna have to... Captain Athan, please.
First Minister.
Captain, Lieutenants.
First Minister?
Your speech earlier was quite something.
Thank you.
Of course, it's not a surprise to us, but something.
I meant both sides of the coin. We have to stop acting with old bad habits, which I believe includes both assuming the worst of the Cardassians, but also placating them on occasion, which I believe has been a regular mistake made. I've asked to speak with you, however, because it appears as if some good has been coming out of the speech. I've been having positive conversations with some of the Cardassian delegates. You know that they are a proud people, so progress is delicate. We have to resolve the situation with the border.
As I have been told several times, the situation with the border is a Starfleet matter, not a Bajoran matter.
That is the case. However, we operate to enforce the laws and protect our Federation members, and it would not be appropriate for us to simply take unilateral action without at least the courtesy of this conversation.
I'm not certain they know the meaning of the word courtesy, Captain. But we are keen to make this arrangement work. What is it you want of us?
Starfleet is somewhat on the back foot. At the very least, we've had an unfortunate situation where our own security breaches have stumbled into Cardassian territory with the murder of the ambassador. So I want to make it clear, Athan will be speaking and with body language in a way which is making it very clear that Cantos Cannon is welcome to jump in at any point. Like, that is...
Cool. Understood.
Yeah, Vedek Ariel is watching Kantos, whom she knows is a very capable diplomat.
Has been nice. We've allowed some of our trouble to spill over onto their border, which has left them, understandably, and in this case, we only have the culpability here, touchy. What extent of a display of reinforcement by the Cardassian military at the border is tenable for a period?
Captain, if you'll forgive me. I know this is a diplomatic conference. Cut the diplomacy. What do you want us to do?
Pull back the complaints. Let them wave the flag.
Let them think they've won.
As far as we can tell, all it will be is flag waving.
What are they getting out of this? From you?
Save your face.
And they don't get punished for this murder.
We have no reason to believe Cardassian culpability based on our investigations.
What happened on their soil, so to speak.
It also was a crime committed by someone with far more Federation well, the prime suspects have far more Federation affiliations than any indications of Cardassians.
There's a prime suspect?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is news to us.
It does not appear to have been a Cardassian crime, but simply committed within Cardassian territory. This situation might change. We don't have the complete picture, but based on the things that we believe, this was Federation business spilling into Cardassian territory.
Vedek, can we make this fly? I don't think the Kai will be happy about it. But if the murderer wasn't Cardassian, then there's probably something I can do.
I'm sure if you explain to the Kai that what reinforcements at the border are going to be happening are really nothing more than the Cardassians, putting on a show for themselves.
But we
Cardassian's gonna Cardassian, and so long as it stays on their half of the galaxy.
Our people need something from Starfleet in return. This has been a whole conference of rolling over for the Cardassians. Whether or not it's actually happening, they think it's happening. And they're going to continue to be smug about it. We need something to take back to our people.
I first want to stress, currently what they're getting out of it compared to historic times is genuinely just PR. There's no principles being compromised. However, what assurances can Starfleet give Bajor?
We don't want assurances. We want...
What do you want?
The First Minister talks over the Vedek and says, I think what the Vedek is trying to say is that this is all for Cardassian pride, but not a lot is being paid to Bajoran pride.
Okay.
Rolling over and giving space to Cardassians is not something that we like doing. We have a pretty strong cultural reason not to want to do that again. And it seems, not to me, but it'll seem to a lot of us that joining Starfleet means rolling over to the Cardassians. I don't know how to fix that. I have been fixing that by not rolling over to the Cardassians.
I'm wondering if there's anything visible that Starfleet could do for the Bajorans, and that doesn't. Again, a similar kind of thing. You know,
I
us
have
here,
an
we
idea.
know- Captain, go for it.
We discovered Bajoran wreckage and ruins within Cardassian territory weeks ago. It was at the location of the Wayfarer facility.
Of course.
You have an opportunity to discover centuries old, hitherto unknown indications of Bajoran people on Cardassian soil. If they, in return, a scientific joint operation, they open opportunities for your people to go there, learn more about yourselves and your history. And the Cardassians, if you want support from them or resources, but Starfleet can give the resources, but the Cardassians can either give you help or just get out of your way. That's a research matter. It doesn't need to upset their military.
Would want a religious presence, Vedex, to attend also.
Of course.
If it's cultural.
Of course, naturally.
They get to wave the flag and we get to do some research. I think that's something I can take back to the government.
Apologies for talking over you, Lieutenant.
No, but of course, Captain. Frankly, that's a brilliant idea. Certainly sounds to me like. And Candace looks over to Vedic. Sounds like the Bajorans are getting the better end of the deal. You actually get something out of it rather than just, flag waving.
Well, maybe we can take a few flags with us. For cultural reasons, you understand.
Of course.
And in a rare glow of diplomatic success,
I had a brain.
the scene pulls out to the scene fades to Kantos and Athan shaking hands and making plans with the Bajorans. And as they're walking away, we get a number of intercut scenes between Captain Athan, Lieutenant Kantos, and between lads on tour, plus Casey. He did his own thing.
Lads on tour and our mascot.
Lads on tour, and I brought my boyfriend.
Why'd you always bring your boyfriend to the lads on tour thing?
This is bros time.
As you all get a very strange communique. Your comm badge activates, makes the little dee-dee, and then nothing happens. And then there is a second. And then dee-dee.
That's too strange.
Do I get
Dee-dee. You are all hearing this, and you get Vance's with Strange.
Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot we had split up to go search with the lads. With the boys.
Yeah, lads on tour.
Sorry. It's lads plus
Yes,
Casey.
I'm sorry, I had a brain fart there. It had to make up for a previous good brain. Lieutenant?
That's odd. Stranger will take off his comm badge to look at it and just sort of.
Are the beeps always at the same time? Like, is there an equally timed beeps, or are they getting shorter? Like a countdown.
Make me a perception check, and I will accept
Good boy.
similar things from other team.
Yeah, literally waving it around. Like, does anything change in frequency if I position the comm badge? Not just notice.
Presumably, it's notice that you're after.
Yes, notice. Yes.
Perception.
Leave me alone,
Mhm.
all of you.
5.
3.
2.
Who is that from? I've split you into teams. Which team got what?
Casey 5.
Strange 3.
Okay.
2.
Okay, so that's all people on Lad's team. Are Athan, Kantos, and
Yeah,
Zara interested at all?
yeah, like, yes, I guess it's going to be some but Athan is likely to be asking Strange, like, what the fuck? I guess she'll pay attention, but her notice is worse than.
Well
Her
then,
notice is bullshit. She doesn't see a goddamn thing.
well then, if you are content for Lad's squad to figure it out and report back to the captain in real time, that can be what is happening.
Athan has critically failed to notice anything.
I don't want to go into Zal's role. It's an embarrassment. That he's even less honourable than he was previously.
Turns out the spouse he most wants to fight is himself. Very well then. A combination of the science boys are able to figure out that there is some distance between the gaps of the pips. It is a very old code that does not get much use, but is still drummed into every Starfleet officer just in case, because it is universally helpful, depending on the circumstance you're in. Someone is comm badging you an SOS.
Huh.
Huh.
How do we interface with this SOS?
I don't really know. We'd have to. The only thing I can think of that we can do is work out where this signal has come from, because
You have a
I
signal.
don't know how to
you have-
Morse code back.
You have a signal checking booster on you that you built your very self earlier that very day.
The app's already open.
You think perhaps if you, with a successful engineering check, you might be able to somehow find out where the signal is coming from?
I shall attempt a successful engineering check. I rolled garbage on those dice.
So it's only a plus 20.
It's it's only 30. It's not. It's a mere 2.
Ooh.
I rolled -3.
Very well. On a plus 2, it is successful, but weak, and you think will involve perhaps even running around with the scanner.
Mm-hmm.
But you think you have at least narrowed it down to the meeting ring where meetings take place, and certain different groups had like taken chunks for themselves, and like it's where the secure facilities are. And you relay that back to the captain.
Very well. Proceed with Lieutenant Vance and security detail to take a look. Keep me posted if you need me.
Will do, Captain.
Like, Athan could be summoned if Athan is needed for the scene, but I guess, like, the captain also is going to trust her senior staff to look into weird shit.
Which means the squad of KC Vance, Strange, and Talandra go off at a trot, chasing down this signal. After some time, the SOS stops, but you still have the trace for where it was. But since someone seems to be manually doing it,
That's either very good or very bad that has suddenly stopped. I am not sure which.
And you are able to chase down the signal, going deeper and deeper into the little narrow corridors and little the little side rooms that had been set aside for conversations and meetings. And Zal, Vance, and Strange... No, Zal's not there. And Vance and Strange realise the route you are taking is the route that you took to go and speak with the Cardassians.
Oh, it's that time again. All right, double time.
Okay.
And you arrive at a locked door. The signal certainly is widdly-weeing to indicate that something that you were particularly interested in is on the other side of this door.
Try to use my security codes to override.
It is difficult. The security codes don't initially want to take, but through basically a run of the troubleshooter, you are able to override whatever has been done.
Mm-hmm.
And the door slides open, and on the other side of the door, effectively tied up in what's the word I'm looking for? You know, improvised bindings are a number of the Cardassian attachés who you don't recognize. Legate Kantar, Attaché Nevaean, and Captain Killian Foster.
Oh, dang.
Who, as you see, has been tied with his hands behind his back, is holding in his fist his con badge.
Captain, let's
Let's get these off.
nothing, no immediate security concerns to make approaching a problem, sir?
He is unconscious.
Oh,
Sorry,
unconscious, sorry.
I didn't.
Sorry.
Are they all unconscious? Everybody that's in this room?
No, sorry. I realised I did not lead with that, and I can smell Lucas looking at me with the fear of you.
I had no idea what was going on.
No.
I don't know, Captain. I couldn't imagine why I was calling SOS. Shits and grins, honestly.
Oh dear, where am I?
Oh, it livens up a dull conference to invent an adventure.
We've all been there.
I'm a bit of a drama queen, sorry.
Forgive me.
That's okay.
I realised, I was like, why are you talking to him? I was like, did I not say? And I was like, no,
No. No, you didn't.
I didn't say. The person who is conscious is Legate Kantar.
Right.
Is everybody else in this room unconscious?
Yes.
Okay. So, check, make sure everyone's okay. Legate?
Shh. She'll hear you. There was a Bajoran.
Joran?
She took us by surprise. There was a gas. Or a frequency. I don't know.
Where?
The room beyond. She took him with her. I don't understand why.
Him?
Took who?
The girl. The legate. She took them both. They were... The Prime Lector isn't here. The captain was coming to meet the Prime Lector. He didn't pass out for a while. He said he didn't understand what was going on. She was crazy. She threatened to kill us all.
Vance is approaching, heading in the direction gingerly. Adam, if you can make sure that I'm not about to get my head blown off or something, can I go through there?
Will do. Strange will go and scan the door to make sure there's not any immediate things on the other side, like explosives, bucket of water that's about to drop on Vance's head,
That would be very embarrassing.
trip wires,
pie.
pie to the face, anything like that.
You you do detect explosives, but they do not seem to be rigged to the door.
Okay.
And all of you can hear every now and then, like, the sound of a voice, but like, it's not. You can't tell what's being said. It's a very secure door. It's almost as if every now and then someone ever so slightly raises their voice.
Can I do a quick tricorder scan for any remnants of gas in the room? My theory being it was likely a frequency, knowing her MO, but I want to rule out something new on the field.
Roll me a science check.
Oh, I rolled double ones.
You piece of garbage. You can't tell.
Oh,
So
but
that's 5.
Oh no, double
5.
ones. Oh, it's a double. It's
Yeah,
double
it's
ones.
not
It's not yeah.
No.
It's not 6-1.
I effectively didn't roll and just get a 5.
Yeah. Actually, you can detect gas.
Oh, no.
But like, it seems to be fading, and it seems to have been something set up to attack Cardassians. Which perhaps indicates why Foster was the last to be affected. Talandra has begun moving the unconscious people out of the room.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that was going to be the next thing.
Talandra, having made eye contact with Vance, realizing that this is a situation that she's not, like, she's willing to come have his back on it, but this is going to be a delicate situation, and she is very strong and is therefore able to carry out some pretty well-armored people.
Direct Zal to help with that, but all right, we're probably about to go into a hostage situation. It turns out he put out the call for everyone to clear out this section if anyone is here, in case we're unsuccessful and there is an explosion. We have no idea yet of the range of it. We're gonna have to attempt to talk.
Zal will go about doing just that.
Zal can come back if you want him here. Like, it's. I'm happy for that to be down to you on if he just goes, I give out the orders, and but yeah, I'm not dictating.
Okay.
That OC, but definitely with engineer boy and science boy, because
and science lad,
engineer man and science lad. Certainly, at least have them keep back, at least initially, while Vance tries the fucking door.
Vance tries the door. Once again, it has been jammed, but not well.
We'll try to override. At this point, like, Vance is aware that it's probably going to be indicative that he's coming in, but that's not strictly a bad thing to not startle someone with hostages.
Yeah, it is. It is unlocked.
All right. I'm going to take some steps in. Give me a beat before you follow. Don't make any sudden movements. And then follow my lead, but get ready to run.
Okay.
Let's open these doors.
The door slides open. The scene before you is an interesting, if moderately distressing one. You can see the prone body of Legate Elrad, who, based on investigations, seems to have been running for the door. You think unconscious, but you can't be certain. Your eyes, however, are immediately drawn to the large quantity of bodged together explosives that seem to litter surfaces around the room. Next you see a stood figure holding a disruptor, which we have seen what those things can do. And you see sat in the chair the figure of Gul Arkan, who is being held at gunpoint by somebody who was talking. And you see very clearly, those of you who are checking for certain perceptive reasons, that in her hand she is holding a device. And as the door slides open, she takes a step back and turns. And Lieutenant Atticus Vance, we have learned much about you this adventure. About your time at Larakel prison camp. About your suffering at the hands of then Guard Camp Arkan. But what has been the pain left unspoken? Of your time on the USS Agamemnon. Of your fighting alongside Zeta Squadron. Of all the friends you lost fighting in the war. Of those who made it all the way to Larakel but didn't survive. Dan, Athaka, all those friends who were killed by Cardassian cruelty. Except one. The Agamemnon science officer, who was so brave and fought alongside you so well. You never really knew how she was the one that survived when so many hardened soldiers didn't, but something about her pure determination kept her through. She stayed on the Agamemnon. She stayed by your side, even though she had every reason to leave. She wasn't a soldier. But she survived the Dominion War with you. She survived what the Cardassians did to you both. She looks different now. Her hair slightly greying at the sides, but still but dark and poker straight. The earring is an interesting sartorial choice, but you know full well that your friend Nadia Kozlov was not a Bajoran. Nevertheless, she is holding a disruptor to the head of Gul Arkan, the man who ruined her life.
Oh, Nadia.
Atticus. I didn't think they'd send you.
I'm in charge of security of this station and this conference.
That was a weird quirk of fate, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Funny how these things turn out.
Nadia, please don't make me have to try to save his life from you.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
What's the alternative?
I threaten you. Obviously, I'm not gonna hurt you, Atticus. But if you come any closer, I will be forced to detonate this room. I'm not suicidal, you should know that, Ab. This isn't really my MO, but I figured this was a good way of keeping the Cardassians at bay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if any of them woke up, they weren't gonna come in. Is Captain Foster alright? I didn't know he'd be here.
He's been checked out and taken away from a blast radius. However, I've got a engineer and a science officer just at that door.
Okay. You should probably get them to safety just in case. I'm not the officer I was. Theoretical explosives were my thing. Do you remember?
Yeah.
How's Evie?
Oh, she's got a whole new bunch of survey data coming in, so she's pouring all over that. Adam, can you and the
Yeah.
lieutenant please get to a safe distance? The assumption is that if this goes wrong, we're only going to have an explosion for this room. But give it a bit of generosity.
Is that Lieutenant Strange?
Yeah.
I liked talking to him about what was going on. He nearly figured me out.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah. You have a
No.
good team. You have a real good team, Atticus.
It wasn't easy. Took time. A lot of time in recovery. A lot of doctors. A lot of therapists. Evie, of course. I didn't realize you'd had a harder time of it.
It's the weirdest thing. I knew I couldn't stay in Starfleet. But I don't know what to do with myself now I'm not in it.
Yeah, I
What I
can understand that.
want is to go back to what we were before. But I can't. And then the war ended, and people like this are somehow still standing. That's not fair.
No. Fair ain't nowhere close to anything that happened to us.
All the while, Gul Arkan is just looking at her.
Don't you say a fucking word.
He very clearly has the sort of bruise that indicates that he attempted backchat early in this exchange and it didn't do very well for him.
Nadia.
I have to do this, Atticus. Don't.
Why?
Because I cannot let him walk away from what he did to us.
No, I don't think there's justice that's going to come for him.
He doesn't get to survive when Dan didn't.
And what about you?
I don't get to survive if Dan didn't.
But we did survive. There's no cosmic good or ill or justice or decisions. It's just cruel and heartless. But the cold truth is that you survived and are here.
Exactly.
And what are you doing with that?
I am here. I am exactly where I have worked all these years to be.
That's what you did? That's what you did with your time?
I've been keeping a track on all of them. A lot of them didn't survive the war. Most of them didn't. Most of them didn't do well either. They threw each other under the bus like animals, tearing each other apart when the war ended and when Cardassia fell. A lot of them died in the bombing run.
Yeah.
This creature is the last one, like a cockroach, to crawl out of the rubble.
And if you kill him, you will be locked up for murder. You will go to prison. And that'll be your life, Nadia.
It's a better life than I have now.
Doesn't have to be. Until you pull that trigger, Nadia, you have a choice.
Atticus, I am already in prison. Just this is one that I get to choose to go to.
There is help that can come.
You left
That can happen.
You left Larakel. I didn't. I didn't get the chance.
I only got out because I got help. This wasn't because I chose to, or because I was strong enough to, or nothing like that. I got out because there were people who helped me. I'm still not sure what the word is, and the closest is accept. If you kill him, what he has done is destroy another life. Yours. It doesn't bring back Dan. It doesn't bring back Baranel. It doesn't bring back Athica.
And what happens to him?
I don't know. I had to accept a long time ago that there is nothing that could possibly happen to him that either I would feel is worth it or that would change anything, even change how I feel. You've got to let go of giving him that power over you. Your fate can't be tied to his.
Then all I can do is take back the power that he took from me.
It's not. It's surrendering it to him one more time. With your
What?
death, he ruins you, and then you can't let him mean that I'll lose the last one of you, Nadia.
That isn't fair, Atticus.
Oh, you're making me argue to save his life, Nadia. Nothing about this is fair.
You don't have to, though. You can turn around and walk away.
No, I can't. I'm not trying to save him. I'm trying to save you. Vance takes one slow step forward.
God damn it, Atticus, don't make me do this. You need deniability, I get that. Keep still, I'll shoot you in the leg. It'll be alright.
He takes another slow step forwards. I am not going to let you ruin yourself. Not for him. Not for anything. I couldn't get the rest of you out of there, but I can get you out of here. Nadia.
I can't have come this far to achieve nothing.
You've not achieved nothing. We found each other here and now. This is the moment we need to be in. Because it's where we are. There's no ought or should that can change anything. All we can change is where we are in this exact moment. There is no sense or rhyme or reason to anything that we went through, and that's been what I've had to accept. That it just happened, and there's nothing I can do to change it. There's nothing I can do to bring him back. There's little I can do to change how I feel. All I can do is just learn how to live despite it. And it takes people, and I've let you down if I've let you fall down this hole. Another step forward. And you are gonna have to shoot me before I stop trying to get you out of this hole with me.
How many Cardassians do we kill in the war? What's one more, Atticus?
It's a choice you make here. And it's a choice to condemn yourself with him. We have a choice. We have the power to live our lives. And that is a far bigger fuck you to him, to stop him having power over us, for us to properly escape him. He takes another step forward. Nadia. Give me the disruptor.
Did you know Dan's nephew's on this ship?
I didn't.
He's a good kid.
Yeah. Yeah, Dan always looked up to his brother. I miss him every day. Nadia, give me the disruptor. Another step forward.
Don't make me shoot you, Atticus. I don't know.
You're gonna have to shoot me, or you're gonna have to let me take you out of here. Because either we're both burning here together, or we're both walking out of here together. And those are the only two choices. I'm not leaving you here. I'm not leaving you in Larkel. If that's how you feel you are, I'm not leaving you there. If I got you out before, I'm going to get you out now.
Cutting through the discussion comes the voice of Gul Arkan, who has been sat, who has the bleeding lip of someone who has been hit in the face already in this argument, who just says, touching as this is, take the gun off her.
Oh, please let those be his dying words. Can I spend a help or hinder to make him die?
Just
Can I I don't know. I want him to die so badly and I don't have any resources I can spend to make it happen.
So, what is going to happen is when Gul Arkan speaks, Vance sees the way Nadia flinches, and she is going to turn with the gun.
gotta tackle.
Which means Vance now has a half second to engage.
Gotta tackle her and worry about the device all at once.
Yeah.
So it's probably going to be more of a throw her wildly off balance and go for the device, I think, is going to be the bulk of it, because that gives him a chance for a follow-up move once the Splodo interrupt her shooting, get the device, then take her and the device, her and the disruptor down.
And owing to the hinder that has been delivered to you by the Hinderkinder,
Yes.
We love you.
you are going to have to succeed at a number of things, because there is a spreadsheet, a flowchart of shit in her head that is going to happen.
Okay. I mean, I've got, thankfully, if necessary, I have a variety of useful aspects for this moment. So, what do you need?
Oh yeah, I need an athletics check.
Okay. Not fight?
Oh yeah, no, fight. I
Okay,
forgot
good.
fight was a thing. I
Better at
apologize.
fight. I'm good at athletics, but I'm better at fight. Okay, that's a 5 on the positive dice. That's a 3 on the negative, so that is a 7.
Motherfucker. Okay. In the button pushy, what's it called?
Quick time event.
In the quick time event of this, you dive forward. You were so close to her. And you tackle her to the ground. As the gun goes off. you have no idea if it found its mark, as all you can hear is the sound of a disruptor going off in a small room, and you feel the panic of a disruptor going off in a small room wherein there are many explosives. Thankfully, she is a modern scientist. It's not gasoline cans spread around the room. Where would she get gasoline from in this economy?
Why did we buy this?
In this post-scarcity economy? But you are aware that she isn't looking at Arcan anymore. She's looking at you and she looks scared. But she is holding on to the device in her hand and her fingers are squeezing closed. Just checking to see if we've had any other hinders or helps.
Liz did one as well.
Oh, another hinder.
The
Yeah.
kids are just here to
The Hinderkind is here for this scene.
to ruin Atticus Vance's life.
Hell yeah.
Oh my God. Look, I would apologize, but I made Atticus Vance part Borg, so I guess I'm just all in.
Yeah, that's true.
Which means a number of options become available to Vance, who is operating now in adrenaline-fueled bullet time. He can flip the table, which is the table between you and the explosives, which would, depending on the blast, operate as some sort of shield. The tables here are all that sort of very heavy metallic kind of thing. It might even protect Galarkan, which is not a thing you desperately want to do, but you know that her killing him is a thing she cannot come back from. This is risky. You can choose to attempt to just knock the device out of her hand completely in the hope that it has not already set off the explosives. It is less risky, but also potentially very, very risky,
Yeah.
depending on if the device has
It's a
gone
bit
off.
all or nothing.
All or nothing. Or you can attempt to drag her from the room, which will definitely protect you both, but could potentially, definitely not, protect the two Cardassians in the room.
Both of them in there. I gotta flip the table.
Gotta flip the table.
You should check your Discord messages.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Oh dang!
I've had an idea for making Vance's life worse.
Oh,
Poor Vance.
I had ideas for potentially making Vance's life better, but allowing
We've
it.
no time for that.
My prediction was right.
Your prediction was right.
But of course, Vance wouldn't go, I wonder if my missing friend has gone totally batshit and is pretending to be a Bajoran.
I'd totally forgotten about the missing friend thing.
It happened last episode.
You may roll me athletics.
Okay, good. I'm still really good at that. Running, jumping, climbing trees.
Putting on makeup while you're up there.
Yeah.
Just so you know, a table being positioned conveniently is what saved Hitler's life once. So in a way, what you're doing
Is the right thing.
Oh,
Wow, this took a turn.
Vance, what?
This got spicy.
Need to save an analogous asshole, you know? Positive dice.
Don't know how to react to this.
Positive dice was a 1.
Oh no.
Are we gonna have to start tagging aspects left,
No,
right, center?
negative dice is also a 1. However, is that what results in a +4? I am going to tag for a +2 because I'm not re-rolling. Like, I'll just take a +2. The scars have to be worth it.
I'm so glad you tagged the scars have to be worth it.
I'm gonna get fucked up again.
That couldn't have been a better aspect to tag. at all.
It's literally, yeah.
So, somewhere, several corridors away, while Talandra is literally dragging two unconscious people with the help of Legate Kantar, Casey and Strange's tricorders both begin to make alarming noises as they make eye contact that indicates that somewhere the explosive signal has been released. Nadia looks at Atticus, absolutely terrified, as she realizes what she's done. Vance meets her eye and springs towards the table, slamming out his left side to just shoulder check the table over. In the process, knocking the chair that Gul Arkan is on backwards.
Good.
There is a moment where the table gets caught on the edge of a different chair, holding it up, and Vance realizes he needs to basically stand and shove it down in order to properly properly shield them from
Yep.
the things. And in that moment, without even thinking, there is another rush of adrenaline as the light appears from the devices set along the table, indicating that they have received the signal. And there is a pause as Vance feels and hears the click, click, whir of the nanites in his blood. And the pain of very, very tiny scrabbling fingers reaching out to more cells as he, with a strength of force he was hitherto unprepared for, forces with one hand the metal table down in the way of the explosive devices, and is able to turn as the explosion rips across the top of the room and knocks him down onto Nadia, where he holds his arm out, ensuring that the rush of absolute eye-watering heat across the top of them is held in place. He feels that sort of cold pain in his side, but that, given Nadia's frightened expression, is immediately beginning to heal over.
So Nadia, I've been through some shit since last we talked.
Hi Nadia, you're obviously having some real bad problems. I'm part Borg, so.
Oh, fuck.
And neither of you can hear anything. The roar is enormous. But both of you recover. You know, it's not a combustion explosion. It's just the compression of air that comes from heat. And you are able to shield her from whatever the explosion was, and she's staring up at you. And I think the scene will close. The device has fallen out of her hand, and she is just crying and apologizing.
Atticus is just gonna, kneel down, hold her, and probably cry. Like, yeah, fuck all of this.
You can have a point. Not necessarily a fate point, but just a point.
I don't know what the criteria are for awarding a fate point, but like, I think that Vance should have one, if only for the excellent way he sort of slowly approached and was in a position to. Like, I think he wouldn't have been able to dive from halfway across the room to do that.
I will present a fate point in this quality street.
Okay, someday I'm collecting a fucking quality streak from you.
Fine, but it might be a coconut one.
Hey, my coconut quality streak.
Yes. Sable and I are the perfect couple because I don't like the coconut ones and he likes the coconut ones.
I don't like
Who
the
doesn't
coconut.
like the coconut ones?
I don't
We
like
actually like and dislike the exact complementary.
I don't like the
qualities,
coconut
think,
ones. I
right?
don't like the orange ones. I don't like the strawberry ones. He doesn't like the praline ones. He doesn't really like the.
That's it, really. Those are
There's
the only
no
ones I really
bad.
don't like.
It's all
You-
good.
I'd eat the green. I'd eat a
I'm
green
with
triangle, but
I'm with
You
Mike.
you would not.
I mean, I wouldn't because you would want it. But
But yes, sorry. Fate point yes to Atticus Vance just for living up to the Starfleet ideals, even though this is the one person in all the galaxy you'd really just want to die.
I think it's more about making his therapist happy than his superiors happy.
The next selection of scenes that will happen are the two Cardassians being tended to in sickbay, neither of them having died. Sorry. I'm sorry, Hinderkinder, but
it's time for revolution, Kinder. Rise up.
Vance wanted desperately for his friend not to be a murderer. She isn't. He is sat with her. I think that the medics have come to check them over. They are sat in sick bay. A number of engineers are reporting into Strange about finding and dismantling various of the devices because he sent out, look for this signal, please stop this signal. Captain Athan looks very tired. But the scene, the sort of the montage scene is of her being debriefed by Talandra, who is still looking pretty tired and singed, but is at least letting you know what went down. Casey and Strange are looking at their notes and feeling a little bit like they were on the edge of terrible harassment. But that neither Vance nor Nadia Kozlov died. And we cut to Lieutenant Kantos, who is sat of an evening having a glass of wine and looking very tired, as they are pinged on their console that they are receiving a communication.
They will go over to the console, put the wine down, and go for the communication.
Dina,
Arkady!
if that is rosé, then I will call you a terrible scab because you said you would not have any until we got to Riza.
Oh, it's red. Where the hell have you been?
I've been traveling to Riza.
I got told you went missing.
Who told? No. Who?
Yeah. We were trying to find you. We couldn't find your ship. It wasn't en route to Riza.
It was Linkovich, wasn't it? I told him that it was a personal matter.
Are you
Am I-
alright?
Am I in a lot of trouble?
Maybe.
Oh, I didn't do anything though.
Mostly,
no.
you've got folk worried sick. Me
I did-
included. You
Look.
alright?
I took a few days out
Mm-hmm.
to go see my family. Well, my mother mainly. She worries. I haven't seen her since before the war.
Cool. You haven't seen your brother, perchance, have you?
Yeah. I have lots of them.
Specifically, you got a chance to catch up with Vitali?
Vitaly? No, Vitaly's not at home.
Okay. Cool.
I have Listen, I have a lot of siblings. My
Sure, yeah, I should have been more specific when I said brother.
my oldest brothers, they died. It's a whole thing, and my father, my father still refuses to acknowledge that I am a person who exists. So that's just exciting.
Yeah, it's all a bit messy, but no, cool.
Why? Why do you know Vitaly? Oh, of course you know Vitaly. You know
Of course,
everyone.
I don't. Well, I don't know him, but you know, I've heard you mention his name, but
Of course, I
in
must have
passing,
done.
in passing, like once.
Probably. Anyway,
But yeah, no, cool. If you've not seen Vitaly, then you're probably not in as much trouble as you might have been. So
why? What's he
cool.
done? What's he done now? Did he did he steal another ship?
Gonna murder.
He might have done that, but that's not what he's in trouble for.
Adina? Adina, what's happened to my brother?
I don't know what's happened to him, but he might have done a murder.
No.
He's certainly a suspect for Arcady. I am sorry that this is how I've had to break it to you, but
I'm going to kill him. A piece of shit. I'm telling Mother.
yeah, probably should.
No, I probably shouldn't. She's
Yeah, probably shouldn't. No, that's a fair point. That'll just upset her more. But yeah, that happened.
It's a good thing I'm on holiday. I think I need to sit down in a cocktail with too many colors in it.
I think so.
You're still coming tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm still gonna come and yeah, I could do with the break. This conference has been a whole thing.
I look forward to hearing about it. Or I don't. Probably both.
Probably both.
Well, I just wanted to call in and tell you that I'm here. I've checked in.
Good.
Our room is gorgeous. And I miss you.
Miss you too. And yeah, I will let everyone who has been worried about you know that you are safely on Riser.
As you see.
I know Zala's been quite worried about you.
Well, Karis worries a lot about everything. I think security officers are supposed to worry about everyone all the time. If Lieutenant Van stopped worrying, I think there'd be very little left of him. He's held together with concern.
Concern and nanites. Yeah. Yeah, he could probably do with a holiday at some point as well, but
Another one, yes.
yes. I'll not suggest he comes with me to Riser, though. I don't think that's the kind of holiday he'd like.
As he is welcome to, but I have a feeling that,
I don't think it's his thing.
No. Well, anyway, I look forward to seeing you. Just let me know when you're on the way, and I shall ensure that there are plenty of ridiculous cocktails waiting for you.
Look forward to it.
The pool is purple.
Purple? Perfect.
Okay.
I'll bring a coordinating bathing suit.
No better.
Or should I bring clashing? Both. I'll bring both. Right. See you soon.
And the camera pulls out of Kantos having quite a moment. Now, the conference obviously wraps up. Those who were affected by Kozlov's situation are fine. She, it seems, really did mean not to hurt anyone in particular. And we see Captain Athan and Captain Foster sat having a restorative cup of tea. He has, the very faint bruising of someone that fell and hit their head and has been checked and is fine, but definitely the drama of it all is there. And I think there is a moment to breathe after everything that happened. Athan has been told everything, so you don't have to worry about the brain bleed between Athan and Vance. And Kozlov is currently in custody.
I don't really know how one puts a cap on all of that.
Am I in this scene? That's the only explanation I can think
Yes.
of for such a long silence.
Oh my god! So
You
the
did
first
say.
time this happened, I thought you were doing a
No, the first time I was doing a dramatic stare. This time I genuinely had no idea I was in the scene.
Yes. So after everything that has gone down and happened, I'm letting Athan have a little debrief with Foster to talk
Oh.
about their feelings.
Oh, I understand. No, that's good. That sounds like a good idea. Let's do that.
See, your body language did make me suspect that was what had happened, but right
After
away.
the first time, I just thought that you always opened your Fosterisms with long.
To be fair, the first time I got that Foster was mad.
The last couple of scenes is he's given me a text warning when Foster's been about to come on. This time I completely zoned out, so I just
apologise.
No, it's not your fault. I just didn't hear it at all. Right, yes. What did Athan say? Something about being...
Honestly, I was trying to make the scene start.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I understand Dr. Borov has resurfaced.
Yes, it seems that they simply deviated from their flight plan for some personal business, which obviously would have been fine had it not been for the situation. So, I think that they can be thoroughly debriefed, especially with the information potentially on their brother, but at least I am comfortable and confident that all the allegations against my officers have been cleared up.
I'm finding it very difficult to know how to summarize this conference. It seems as though the whole thing's been overshadowed by how it ended.
It has.
Federation citizen attempting the murder of a Cardassian.
It's a reason why we have to make sure that things change. I'm not saying that there's something that we can do about Galarkan, but he slipped through the net. His actions, by all accounts, are ones which would at least justify an investigation for war crimes. Cardassian military doesn't want that to happen. We have to, as always, make choices about spending our political capital.
As you know very well, I'm a career diplomat, and after a long war, there has to be a certain degree of amnesty. But between you and me, I think it's a pity he didn't have the decency to die in the explosion.
That would have meant that we had a former Starfleet officer who had just murdered a Cardassian officer.
I'm afraid from the point of view of the Cardassians, it won't make a blind bit of difference. Attempted murder is just as bad. In fact, if this were... If this Cardassian government were the Cardassian government of 30 years ago, I'd wager he wouldn't survive his trip back home.
They might clean up their act.
And then get outraged that a murder had been committed, not merely attempted. I don't think that's the government of today, but...
However, that's still why this... You say that amnesty is necessary. Of course it's necessary. But that's still why this happened. This has happened today for a lot of reasons, but one of those reasons is that we couldn't get justice for Nadia Kozlov, for all of those others who died there.
I agree.
Every time we don't stand up for justice, something bad still happens.
There were drafts of the Dominion Peace Treaty that included the ability for the Allied governments to prosecute Cardassian and Dominion officers for atrocities committed during the war. These passages did not survive scrutiny by by certain of our allies.
Of course. I understand how it's happened. I understand that there's a certain amount of the price of doing business, but for the price of our peace with our allies, our political satisfaction has been the price of a lot of suffering for some of our people. We have to change how we do these things. Federation history with the Cardassians has been one of... Ultimately, it's been one of capitulation. We've won some diplomatic victories, but so many times we've let them be a brick wall while we make concessions. We're sitting around and we're saying that the only reason why Vitaly Burov isn't a Federation citizen is because we ceded that territory to broker a peace with the Cardassians. To make peace with them, we keep turning the most vulnerable into the victims of that peace. And the answers aren't easy, and I'm not suggesting we charge in and we dictate how they have to live their lives and how they have to rule them. But they're not in a position right now to be as bloody headstrong as they used to be.
Shame doesn't come easy to them.
No. And I don't want to humiliate them. That's not something that would give me satisfaction. And maybe they're starting to recognize that things have changed as well. Honestly, I think that when we get the opportunity to remind them that right now we are bigger and tougher than they are, I think it's worth considering.
You might think that, and I might think that, and Starfleet Command might think that, but the Federation Council does not. After the war, which of course was a military victory, but not a diplomatic one, the Federation took the position that amnesty and reconciliation should be the watchwords. Starfleet Command, myself included, argued as you've done. Actually, for the time being, we have the upper hand. We have the ability to force concessions on their part. They were a vassal to an empire that is now banned from the Alpha Quadrant. They committed atrocities that we would object to in the strongest possible terms. Starfleet is but a wing of the Federation. The decision was not ours to make. The treaty was not ours to sign. And what concerns me is that I see the two facets of our society diverging. One too far towards, I don't like to use the phrase too far towards peace, but it goes beyond peace. It goes into constant conciliatory negotiations, constant concessions. Not too long ago, the Federation all but created the Maquis by disenfranchising our own citizens. It's not the first time the Federation, or indeed Starfleet, has been involved in telling someone where they should live when they felt they could take for granted where they were going to live their entire lives. And on the other hand, I see Starfleet. I talk to admirals. Admirals who survived a war and whose principles survived a war. And they worry me as well. The history of my planet, Captain, is not the history of a people who took victory in war very graciously. And although the Federation is a coat of many colors, its constitution was written and ratified on a planet that only just survived itself. And Earth isn't unique. The humans aren't unique in that. All of our societies emerged from a period of resource-based conflict, ideology-based conflict. We all have war somewhere in our collective souls. And Starfleet, which is not a military organization constitutionally, nevertheless has achieved a military victory. And our close relationship with the Klingons has remained. I don't have to tell you what kind of influence that can have. And no one wants to break that alliance, because where the Klingons are concerned, diplomatically, they really only exist in black and white. The Romulans, from what I hear, the Romulans have their own political instability to worry about, but the time will come when a new government will be in power and they won't be interested in peace with the Federation anymore. The borders will close. I think that's a matter of time, don't you?
I do, and it's better than some of the alternatives.
Maybe. But what worries me is that we failed to build peace with the Dominion, but we succeeded in eradicating them from our quadrant. And I don't like building that habit. I don't like that compared to the Klingons, the Federation has a largely intact fleet simply because of the strategy we deployed in the war. I don't like the fact that the Dominion now sees us as a military threat. And I don't like the fact that there are admirals who I will not name who don't mind that reputation. And here we sit in the middle. Starfleet as a vehicle for exploration, the frontier of science, diplomacy. And I'm afraid that our voice may find itself drowned out, one way or the other, when the next war looms.
I suppose that's why I have to take this this stance. We can only change things one step at a time. I am not supposed to interfere in the internal affairs of another government. I would venture that I think that ship has sailed when it comes to the Cardassian Union. The only thing I know I could do for sure that I had control over was to try to save one man. And I'm still satisfied that that's a better use of my speech than blathering on for 10 minutes about the spirit of reconciliation and unity.
Well, I won't fault your moral instincts. I wouldn't have said those words, but well, not in public. But you're not wrong.
I confess, it was to some degrees a matter of opportunity.
Well, don't worry. It will hardly be the political scandal of the conference.
Quite.
But I think you should stay true to those instincts. And always try to be mindful of whether or not Starfleet or the Federation supports you in them. Not because they're always right, but because a person who is driven by something more than duty to a uniform, but a person who is driven by a moral center, a conscience, if you like that word, will always be uncomfortable in this uniform. It's for each of us to decide how uncomfortably we can live. I've done a lot of good, I think. I've done more good wearing it than I would have done not wearing it. I could have been a Federation diplomat rather than a Starfleet one. But I made the choice I made. From what I understand it, you have a choice in front of you as well.
It's not here yet. Don't think there's much for me in trying to deliver the diplomatic verdicts that the Federation wants me to, if they're going to tie that hand behind my back the way that you've discussed and described.
I know the Iskandar has orders to depart tomorrow. But there are still one or two things, while all of Starfleet's and the Federation's top diplomats are in one place. There are still a few things that need to be resolved, and I wondered if you'd consent to a temporary transfer. To join my staff, just for a week or so.
To what end?
Broadly, we've somewhat neglected the Klingons. But to be more specific, there are some internal diplomatic decisions that have to be made. I would value your voice around that table. Not because I think you'll agree with me necessarily, but because I think when you and I imagine what Starfleet should be 10 years from now, we probably imagined something similar. And I would like you to get to know how Starfleet does these things internally. It'll be valuable for you in this decision that you're not being presented with yet.
On a week.
7 days at the very most.
And as these two excellent figures sip their tea,
I'm not going to drag us into a bunch of epiloguing, but I would like a sort of a line from how we end up with all of our gang. I mean, the last we see of Kantos is obviously them heading off to fly themselves to Riser, in their civvies, basically noping out of all this. But the last thing that they will experience will be before they go, being bounced up to by a member of the Acadian Diplomatic Corps. Just because it's my game too, and I get to play my favorite NPCs. She is quite recovered from her experience, and will say, Adina, if I may speak frankly, I actually had quite a fun conference. It was a bit thrilling, really.
Well, I'm glad you did have a good conference, despite everything that
Yes,
happened.
but it was an experience. I've never been in a fight before.
Hopefully no plans to be in any fights in the future, though, right?
No, of course not. But now I can say that I can.
You can indeed say that you are certainly capable of throwing down.
And a Bolian from the Starfleet, no, from the Federation Diplomatic Corps, said that I had a mean right hook.
Quite the compliments.
I thought so.
Hopefully you've not got cause to use it again, but
No,
you know it's there.
but it is ready to go, just in case.
Just in case.
Anyway, they said you were going, so I just wanted to say goodbye.
Oh, it's good to see you, and good to see that you're looking a lot better. That split lip's healed up quite well.
Thank you. Regeneration. That's quite thrilling as well, really. Starfleet medicine's magnificent.
And so are quite a lot of its doctors. The best one I know is not here.
Tell them I said hi.
I'll let Arkady know.
Okay.
You send your regards.
Have a good holiday.
I'll do my best.
So yes, a sentence from everyone. What is your? How are we seeing your gang?
Every mission, Vance needs a holiday immediately afterwards.
He gets a worse time than Strangeness
Actually-
on every episode.
Actually, damn it! I know I said I wouldn't do this, but Vance, you probably do need at least a quick exchange.
If you think like I'm okay, if you don't need to wrap things up, like
It's the finale. I'm not gonna skimp on a finale.
sure.
Which is only the fact that Nadia is sat in the holding cell. Vance has probably come to just check on her in that way that he has to. She is definitely in a lot of trouble. There is a discussion about how much trouble she's in, but
Yeah.
she is almost certainly going to at least face something like prison. It is low on the possibility that the Cardassians are demanding she get fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Extradited, yes.
Lol, no.
Yeah, the Starfleet are like, okay, cool. I like your opening move. Here's what we're actually gonna do.
No, the Federation says, we'll duly consider it. Probably not. Starfleet says, come get her.
Cool story, bro.
But she sat there. She has been de-bajoranized, which is just a thing you can do. And she sat there. She got her hair tied back, and she looks pretty tired, but actually looks kind of better.
Hey.
Hey. So that was a lot.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was sure a thing. How are you feeling?
You know, it kind of feels like I dream all of it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, not a great dream, but you know when you set your mind to something, you kind of lose track of everything else except the thing that you were doing.
Everything just kind of felt like the next logical step.
I can understand that. And believe me, I can understand how you ended up on that path.
They tell me I'm probably gonna have to go to prison for a bit.
That seems likely. I'll speak of as much as I can, mitigating circumstances.
You know, I'm okay.
I mean,
Really.
how can you be?
No, I mean, I'm not okay. I'm very much not okay, but I'm okay with that very specific outcome.
Good.
And
Because Starfleet prison, under the circumstances, we can make sure that you get the chance to make sense of everything that happened to you.
that's what the doctor said.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably need it, right?
It's the most horrifying thing, because the answer is that you kind of have to accept your helplessness. And that's fucked up.
God, Atticus, I could have blown you up.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. What a trite thing to say.
I accept your apology.
Thanks.
Yeah, but if it hadn't been me, it could have been so much worse.
If it hadn't been you, I wouldn't have hesitated.
Yeah. And I meant it. I'd rather... I mean, I wouldn't like to have to explain any of it to Eve, but I'd rather... have failed in there with you than walked out of there and left you in there.
It's because we're a squad.
Yeah.
We're a squad of two, but that's still a team.
It's a team. Hey, Eve skimped out early. Went off to go do her stupid research shit before everything went,
Right? Splitter.
split up. It's you and me, and that don't stop.
Even if I'm in prison,
Of course.
we're still Zeta Squad.
Still Zeta Squad, right to the end. And it ain't the end yet.
It ain't the end yet. I guess don't forget to write.
Of course. As much as I can. You'll be alright, kid.
Thanks, Mads. Okay. Vance leaves.
Yep.
Now.
And she unfurls a secret scroll that says, Plan B.
All right, you know what? You're clearly beyond my help. I can't help you. You might as well fucking kill him. Like, if I can't stop you,
Vance, you did the scheme.
then
Okay. Kilbs. How are your lads?
Like, Casey's fine. Like, all told, I think Casey's fine.
Do we see Casey saying goodbye to his Klingon friends?
Why not? That seems good. Like,
He's getting hugs. He's getting shoulder claps. He's getting don't forget to write. He's his camp buddies.
yeah.
He has
Like,
a vat
I-
of blood wine pressed into his hand to take with him.
I'll try not to drink it all at once.
No, you'll almost certainly die.
And yeah, he'll kind of... I imagine that scene is like him saying goodbye to people, getting the wine, that little interchange, and then him just wandering to fall in step with Adam and just go somewhere. Wherever Adam's goodbyes are.
Handing off to Strange.
See, I had a very different idea for Stranger's epilogue.
Give us the epilogue.
But first I need to ask a couple of questions, mostly about how, after that explosion happened,
Mm-hmm.
and the Borg thing just happened with Vance,
Mm-hmm.
how, immediately in the aftermath of the explosion, how visible was any of the Borg-y stuff?
Not super
Yeah, Kath
visible.
knows.
Not
But-
super visible.
But visible.
Well,
Like-
he obviously is healing through
Yeah,
the
yeah,
nanites.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's just been blown up and he's clearly healed, so clearly something happened, even if there's no, like, visible Borg signs going on. Cool. And he'd have been patched up on the space station sick bay, presumably?
He actually didn't need to
Patched
be.
up. But, yeah, they'd have taken him there because, like, dude, you just got exploded.
The thing I imagine going down was he got sent there, the person did the scan and looked at him, and Vance just went, "Don't even start."
And
So
it's just a kind of a
just don't.
shrug.
Yeah,
Cool.
he likely
Okay.
went back to the Iskandar to go and speak with Dr. Light.
Okay. Whichever sick bay it is that Vance got probably a more thorough check to make sure that nothing had broken on the inside physically, because it's clear he's broken on the inside emotionally. Strange will, taking advantage of the fact that, let's say it's on the Iskandar, taking advantage of the fact that Arcady's not about, therefore sickbay is not going to be running quite as it normally does. He wants to go in and just kind of casually just look like he's just checking some stuff, like, making sure this thing's working. And he's going to swipe the records of whatever scans just happened on Vance. Is he muted?
Spend me a fate point, I'll let you do it.
Okay, I'm going to burn a fate point for that. And just quietly dupe his way out with his additional data.
Arcady is very disappointed in you. Very well. You heist your friend's private medical records.
Not all of my friends' I've heisted quite a lot of my friends' private medical records by this point, to be honest.
Fucking majority.
Hey, only the ones since the incident.
I think he's been through like enough scans that he goes like Atticus Vance's medical records for like his however fucking like 32 odd years of life, and then everything over the last 6 months.
Lieutenant
Adam adds
Zal.
to his collection of data.
I think what we see of Zal is he is sat in his room. Zal's room, just to give a contrast to Arcady's room, it's very Andorian, but there is like a basketball net set up in there, almost like an American high schooler might have. He's a
Such a
huge
jock.
fan of basketball, like fucking loves it. Chicago Bulls all the way. However, he's sat with his face illuminated by the screen of whatever computer he's sat at, and you hear kind of the tinny noise of playback, and the camera kind of sweeps down to his side to get a better look at the screen, and he is looking at the video of Rivoran's death. And it's from the, I always imagine it kind of an up angle closer to Rivoran, and like over Rivoran's shoulder, seeing his back, so you see the kind of the flash and the blur of motion as 6 Klingon disruptor rifle shots are emptied into him. And then he kind of pauses it, reverses it, has it play again, pauses it, reverses it, has it play again. And as we're looking at the shot of eyes to show this is what he's focused at, shot of the indistinct figure in the top left corner, the one that does the shooting, pauses it, looks at it again, and then a couple more loops of the playback. That kind of profile shot of him looking at the screen. The focus fades from him to the item that is in the foreground, which is his Ushan, the blade of well, it's actually an ice pick, but it's also the honor blade that they duel with. I think that will be his final scene.
Oh my god, he's gonna honor duel Arcady's brother.
Spoilers, Arcady's brother's going to have a very Indiana Jones opinion of that.
I think he's going to Trotsky Barov's brother.
Christ.
I mean, bury him in Mexico.
And I think I will wrap up with Captain Athan, sat opposite Lieutenant Commander Talandra, who is now cleaned up from her engineering business, and will say, I am aware, Captain, that I was not often there when you were required. However, I trust that it does not reflect too poorly on my comportment.
Commander, I think that we can recognize that there was a slew of extenuating circumstances. You were there on any occasion I needed you, up to including identifying a critical component in the conspiracy. And truthfully, I think it was a good opportunity for Lieutenant Kantos. I don't think the Bajorans would have been quite as receptive to negotiations if they hadn't made such good headway with them.
I am sure that they were much better suited to negotiating with Bajorans than I am, Captain.
Possibly, yes.
I am aware that I have perhaps been too close to certain elements of this negotiation.
I don't think that personal biases are a reason why we have to excuse ourselves from these things. There's something to be aware of and manage. It's entirely understandable. I spoke with Prime Lector Kell after my speech. He is open to options with Calavelrad. He has to ensure that the military are placated. It's all still very up in the air, but what he said he can do is see about arranging an opportunity for communication between us and Calavelrad to ascertain, frankly, what, if any, concessions he's prepared to make in exchange for his freedom. Obviously, the military would love for him to recant. Obviously, he is, I would assume, not going to recant, or likely that would have already happened. The Prime Elector and I discussed the very reality that his military career is undoubtedly at an end, or at least would have to take some significant transformation, which means that there are things which can... I wouldn't want to presume what a Cardassian man such as he is prepared to lose in terms of public face and standing and honor. But that conversation would need to be had with him. Once we know what he will and won't do, we can take another step with the Prime Elector and try to reach some form of justice.
Knowing the outcome of that discussion, Captain.
Commander, I think it would be best if you had this discussion.
If you think that wise, Captain.
I think that he needs to be very honest. I think that you have just as good an understanding of the political realities of this as in the situation as I do. I'm not sure there's more I can lend to it. You know him better than me. Not to mention, I think you should talk to him.
It would be pleasant, Captain.
Once the Prime Elector has arranged it, we'll see.
Thank you, Captain.
Once I know the options, I will, of course, do everything at my power to try to get him his freedom.
And at the very least, Captain, I can assure you that I am quite fit to command the Iskandar for the week of your absence.
Yes. An opportunity to see some of the ropes in the diplomatic corps will be probably either interesting or horrifying.
Likely both, Captain.
That's very true. But I'm sure, I know the Iskandar will be perfectly fine in your hands for the time.
Indeed,
Just
Captain.
try to not end up in sickbay this time.
It is never my aim, Captain.
It's good, but just raise it on the priority list a little.
I shall be sure to let Lieutenant Vance know.
Good, very good. Very
It
good.
will also be an excellent chance for Vance to learn the ropes as first officer.
Of course. Of course. Countess is getting some well-earned R&R. Riser.
I am reliably informed that Riser is a popular holiday destination amongst the sort of people that Lieutenant Kantos and Dr. Borov are.
Yes. Well, don't get into anything too exciting without me.
I will try not to, Captain. She gets up and she leaves.
Yeah.
So, Sable.
So we see the Starship Iskandar approaching the outer edge of the system. Its ridiculous mobile warp nacelles engage, and it goes off into the distance. And then the scene changes, and we see a Romulan. And the camera is very close up on them, and they're walking up to what appears to be a desk. At the desk, I say desk, it's a large marble table, sitting three others. The central one nods and hands over a pad. Our Romulan takes the pad and walks. And you see that they are in what we must know is the Romulan Senate House. A large number of Romulans are sitting in strange silence. Some of them are not sitting. They are kneeling on the floor, their hands at the back of their heads like this, disruptor rifles pointed at them by men and women in Tal Shiar uniforms. Our Romulan continues walking through the marble halls of the mighty house of the Romulan people and into a room with a number of Romulan officers who are very busily managing computers and consoles. One of them takes the pad, looks up, and receives only a nod in confirmation. Begins to open a comms channel. We now switch to Senator Calix, who has received a pad of his own. He smiles. Ah, took them long enough. You know where I'll be. And Senator Calix walks into the office of Captain Killian Foster. Without a word, he hands over the pad. Foster raises an eyebrow and says, in case I can't read Romulan as quickly as you'd like. Senator Calix smiles obsequiously and says, it is a diplomatic communique from the Provisional Protectorate of the Romulan Imperium, demanding full diplomatic recognition from the United Federation of Planets, and that they cease all communication with the former Praetor. Without waiting for a response, the senator turns upon his heel and leaves. Killian lays down the pad and says, shite. Fade to black. And that is the outro for this episode and the teaser for the next episode of Star Trek, its next adventure of Star Trek Iskandar, which I will be GMing, which is called Occam's Razor.
I have one key question.
Mm.
Has Nemesis happened yet?
Yes.
Okay, this is having I mean, either way, they're going to have a real bad time. But, like, I mean, I guess it makes sense that the government that was put together after Nemesis wasn't the most stable thing in the world.
I'm not quite sure how long ago Nemesis was.
We're in the
but
same year.
The events of Nemesis would probably not have been that long ago.
Yeah.
Sable, I think I speak for everyone when I say the Romulans.
Romulans?
Romulans.
Romulans.
Yes. So the events of Nemesis in my head are at least a couple of years ago, I think.
Like, technically they're not, but we do
So let me get this straight. After putting Athan and Kantos through the mill of honing their core diplomatic strengths, we are yeeting them from the cast and putting Captain No Emotions and Captain War Trauma in charge of dealing with this situation.
Captain Athan is precisely
sad
dealing with
boys
the
can help.
situation. Captain Athan is at the is where all the diplomats are. I am sure the Iskandar won't be getting up to anything of interest at all. You can more or less just forget about them. Nothing will be happening.
It's just me talking to Luke for
It's
like
just
4
gonna be me
hours
and Kath.
repeatedly.
It's gonna be me and Kath as my accent roams St. Patrick's Emerald Isle.
I'd watch it.
Yep. I'll bring popcorn.
No, I don't know when it's going to be. I've said February, so not a couple of weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And
That
then
would be
yeah.
at least 3 weeks.
Watch the skies. Watch this guy. Yeah, I will. I'm just scratching my back. Just having a time. How are you all doing, everyone? So, thank you for attending to this, my latest Star Trek Iskandar adventure, The Politics of Peace. Thank you in particular to the crew of the USS Iskandar and to Sable Whisper for just doing everything I wanted from a Star Trek peace conference. There was tension, there was drama, there was every conversation between Athan and Foster. Calix was perfect. Just the lads versus...
Alex was the worst.
Agniana was the worst.
No, Calix was worse.
Shit, I worked so hard. Well, that's how you're going to be. But just, yeah, I know that it ended up being the dramatic tension was, does a woman kill a guy? It's like that's the conclusion, and then it was no, but that's important. I like the personal amidst the big political, and just you are all excellent, and I'm very glad of all of you. Thank you very much for that. If you have enjoyed Star Trek Iskandar, The Politics of Peace, then let us know. Like, tell us. We are available on Twitter at @ItUCrew, on Discord. However Discords are to be found.
Do you know how Discords are to be found?
I don't know how Discords are to be found, but I'm sure that they must be. And if you can, then just let us know. That is the best way of telling us the things you've enjoyed. Over on the Discord, there are some top memes, which I enjoyed very much, because I keep up with the memes, so I know what's memeable. I'll stop saying memes. But just, yeah, I'm just very sore and tired, and I'm not well. But this has been great, and I've loved this very much. And just you all make everything great. See, can you tell that my painkillers are kicked in and I'm fading out? Don't do drugs, kids, unless you need to. Remember, hit us up on Discord, hit us up on Twitter, hit us up on Patreon, just on Facebook, or like in person, or just stand outside our houses and yell nice things to us. Remember, if you're interested in the latest Trash Cyberpunk podcast adventure, to go to the Discord or the Twitter and to fill out the interest form, or just to wait, and in a year it'll be released, and that's exciting too.
Hopefully a little less than a year.
Oh yeah,
you never know.
No, I forgot that we are in 2021 now. Shush.
Only just, but we are.
But you are all very good, and I'm dying, and I love you all, and carry on. Just be good. Be nice to each other. That's what we've learned about from Star Trek Iskandar, the politics of peace. It's just be fucking nice to each other.
You know, earlier on when you were doing a clumsy segue into people joining our Patreon, you promised to read out Patreon people.
Oh yeah, I did. Right. I completely forgot about that. Hold on.
And if you don't, it's in violation of contract. So I just wanted.
It's in violation of the contract. I actually.
And I would sue. I'm very litigious. I'm a litigious little shit.
You are a litigious little shit. Right. Hold on to your butts then, everyone. I'm just going to drink a sip of this. If you are a member of our Patreon, then hearken ye for these facts. If you are not, then just hearken ye for facts about other people. Get your trash bags at the ready then, please, for these excellent people and their biographies. There's a theme to this one. Much love too. Admiral Ken Poyner, Scourge of the 12 Seas. Do not ask him to tell you about the secret bonus seas. He will not tell you, and he will be forced to kill you. The Right Honourable Kiwi Tokoeka, member of the sinister magical parliament who oversees everything they do. While they have no authority to make laws, they do enjoy a rather pleasant housemate that has been given to them by the magical outsiders as a gift for their good service to our people. Praetor Photosynthetic, who is a dangerous criminal sent to live among us. He is watching our ways, gathering information to prepare for the coming invasion. Unfortunately, he has also come to love our ways. Video games, cats, cheese. What is he to do? Inquisitor Eligos Alexander fights aliens in a deep-sea cavern twice a week. Tickets are available weekly. Professor Liz Murphy teaches a class on not being a fucking asshole. The class is heavily undersubscribed. Message Professor Liz for more information about joining this very important class. The Reverend Michael Crees ministered to poor abandoned trains that have been left on the railway sidings. He can often be seen feeding hearty broth to the wee carriages. Strategos Andrei Cherepnin maintains a standing army of 20,000 soldiers. Their use is primarily decorative, maintaining a collection of fancy chapeaux with which he uses to display them. Architect Lucas Justinian commands a team of nanobots that he uses to spell out amusing messages on the fridge for his long-suffering fiancée. Praetor Lou Sutcliffe rules the East Quadrant with an iron fist. It is said that anyone who crosses them is faced with terrible punishments. In fact, their enemies claim they are treated very well, thank you, and to stop asking. Saint Socky is a patron of the arts who appears at the time of greatest need to any who are trying to get weird facial proportions right, especially when people are looking off to the side all weird-like. Secretary of State Henry Prestige reports directly to the President. The President of what? He will not tell you. What reports? Stop asking. And which state? Mind your own bloody business. Captain Caffeine Kitty is a pilot of great renown. She flies her great skyship through thunderclouds to collect energy which she sells for cheap on the black market. The Black Cloud Market. Archmage, Hobbs 138, knows the secret words of power, but they are mostly kept safe on a number of shopping lists dotted about their house. Who can tell me that eggs is not a word of power? Patriarch Mike Kilburn has committed 14 secret murders in his life. Not that he's killed people, he has literally killed secrets. Try to think of a secret you know. If you can't remember it, it's likely because Mike Kilburn killed it. Except I made a typo when writing his name, so it says likely because Mike Kilkburn has killed it. So I guess you got off free on that one. Michael, Keeper Helena Handbasket manages a lighthouse in space. He ensures that the light is kept for passing ships. Of course, the light needs to be seen by all alien ships, so the frequency that it emits varies across all spectra. Abbot James Malloy keeps a small church in the middle of a magical forest. He doesn't hold any of that religious stuff or bells or whatnot, but he is very fond of sweeping the front steps and the art of monastic beekeeping. Mr. Mike Fielding is a secret agent from a team of international Michaels. He has a license to Mike given to him by the Queen. He's never met her, but she says Michael is a nice sort of secret agent and definitely not a spy. And the Grand Duke Michael Bowman oversees all the good deeds of the world. If you've done something good today, then the paperwork is likely passed by the Grand Duke's secretary. He approves. You did a good job.
Gladys, thanks for giving away all our truths.
I hope you all enjoyed the truths. And of course, if you wish me to one day reveal one of your secret truths to the public at large, then our Patreon is available at patreon.com/itucrew. I read out the secret truths at the end of every campaign of some length or other, but mostly at the end of Iskandar episodes. I hope you have enjoyed them. If you haven't, then I'm sorry. Be nice to each other. Michael Bowman will know if you're not.
Bye.